everyone, and welcome to Paint Minis Live. I'm your host, Bill T. And if you've never seen Paint Minis Live before, we're a live streaming model painting show here on YouTube, Twitch, and other platforms in the future as well. So today is going to be a kind of a big push for the Wolfenstein project that I've been working on. We finished quite a few models out of the Wolfenstein project. But I have more to go before I can send this back to Brian over at Weird World War II. He sent this kind of as like a, have fun with it project, and to kind of see what we could come up with. And it's been turning out well so far. I've done just a couple of things on my own, just on my own time to kind of get more of it done. It was just work that I guess was a little bit repetitive because it's kind of like little squads and stuff. So I did up some of those things. What's going on, Wheeling Dragon? Good to see you. Good to see you. I hope you had a wonderful holiday. Speaking of the holidays were absolutely nuts for me. I thought I was going to be streaming a bit more, but life and family and like all those other things, they come together in the holidays, and it was like a 1-2 punch between Christmas and New Year's. Bang, bang, right back to back. And so I didn't get as much like paint work in as I was hoping to, but that's A-okay. I'm happy to be back in the studio with you guys now. And since the holidays are over, I'll be able to, kind of hop on and paint some more with everyone. What's going on, Bob Jester? Good to see you. Good to see you. I miss you guys out there. The work-life paint balance has been fun. And then also, trying to keep in touch with folks. It's definitely something that I've put on my New Year's resolution of like try and find this balance between all those things. So something I'm working on, but it's really good to see you, Bob Jester. And say hi to the other friendos there if you would too, with the that were in the pirate RPG. Those guys were a lot of fun. Let's see. The Wheeling Dragon says not much. Got a lot of ebooks, couple of physical books, so I'm happy. Okay, very nice, very nice. And you're writing out a blizzard. Well, how the tables turn from me up here in Minnesota to you in Kansas. Yeah. So, with that being said, I've got a couple of things to do. I've got to clean off my palettes here. We also have a new tool in the studio, thanks to Miss PML, the special lady in my life decided to do a little investing into PML. So I'm just gonna chit chat here real quick while I clean off my dry palette. Who knows? I might even bust out a wet palette for the first time on stream this session, because I'm planning to go from like essentially 3 to like 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. It's going to be just a hard push for this project over the next couple of days here so that I can get it all done and ready to go. But she invested a little bit into PML, and we've got some new tools in the studio to check out and play with. So that's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to that. What else happened over the like last little bit since I streamed? I had another class with Kenny Boucher at Next Level Painting. Kenny's a great guy. I really enjoy the classes that I have with him and the time that he shares with me. He does charge a bit, it's but it's a good investment. I think he's a very thoughtful guy, too. So, I mean, he's super open to talking about not just painting, but, other things that are going on that, that whole work-life balance thing. We talked a little bit about some of those things, talked a little bit about PML and kind of where it was heading. So, it's super cool. He's a teacher and a mentor kind of all in one. He's not just going to teach you how to paint. He's going to teach you how to paint and how to do it well, and also how to, present yourself, blah, blah, blah. So big thanks to Kenny out there. What's going on, the Dungeon Minister? Hello. I hope you're doing well in snowy Canada up north there. If it's anything like here, we're still a little bit brown, but uh, can't stay. But I saw you were on. Happy New Year to you too as well. Yeah, all right. Go ahead and come back if you want. I'll be on for quite a while today. So um, let's check out what else is going on in the chat here. Just gonna go and lurky lurk real quick. Make sure I didn't miss too much. Yeah, so there's supposed to be a blizzard near Bob Jester 2. Got 4 to 6 inches last night. Okay, all right. Yeah, I sure did disappear, but I definitely have been busy. Went through a lot of the firefighting stuff too. The last bit of 24. So that was fun. That was really fun. But anywho, I did learn some sweet new techniques from Kenny. We talked about like active washing. And I'll go ahead and throw up my other camera here. We can go ahead and kind of start to get into some of the painting and show and tell stuff. So yeah, vehicles across the highway. I remember seeing some of the stuff that was like, Texas pileups. It seems like they happen every now and then after Texas gets some snow, or just some of the like southerly countries or southerly states, excuse me. They get some hard ice. Man, be careful out there if you're driving. Highways can be really dangerous. But yeah, let me get rid of some of the branding stuff here. We'll go through, do a little show and tell. Do. Turn that guy on. All right. So we've got here's the model that I worked on with Kenny. This is like a Space Marine from 40K, but this was airbrushed, and then kind of the same way that we worked on with the gradient exercises and like contrast exercise that we did. That's the same kind of airbrush technique. And then we built a custom wash out of a couple of different colors of Army Painter Quick Wash. And then essentially did up the model that way and used water to disperse the wash to the recesses. And it left a really wonderful dark green to light green gradient across the entire model. I think it came out really well. It's a technique that I'm hoping to kind of improve upon as I work on models in the future. So that's kind of something cool to talk about there. Yeah, almost as bad as Wyoming I-80 winter pileups. Yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah, car pileups. Not good. No, not bueno. Thanks for the compliment. I appreciate it there, Bob Jester. So today, here's a couple of models that I finished up. This was actually, I think, a day or two ago. Here's a couple that I did up for Wolfenstein here. These are rocket troopers. And these guys, this is pretty as close to like the concept art that I could find for these guys as possible. It's kind of like almost like a yellow khaki was their kind of uniform color, gray saddlebags for their legs, blue gloves, and I'll have to go through and do some silver and whatnot on the gun, but little source lighting on the back with this power pack here. Tried to kind of make that look a little bit glowy with some red in the background, and kind of worked my way up in color from there. But I think they turned out really nice as well. So there's a couple more models off of the list for things to do. Today I'm hoping to get not rid of, but I'm trying to finish, excuse me, these little drones. They're like, there's a ton of them. There's 2, 4, 6, 8 drones in this box. And so what I've done is I've just taped over this clear plastic flight stand thing. So I'm hoping it's clear under there, but I just keep switching them out with this one base, and that's how I primed them, and that's probably how I'm going to paint them. But they're pretty small, so it requires, maybe a bit more of a specialized tool. We've got a couple of different airbrushes here in the studio. This one's been my kind of mainstay detail workhorse. This is a Harder and Steenbeck Infinity. This is their Kiev edition with the kind of cool blue and gold trigger for Ukraine. It's a wonderful airbrush. This one, I believe, is in like 0.45 is the needle size, I want to say. So it's pretty small. But I've got one that goes even smaller now. This one's pretty cool. I've been waiting for this airbrush for quite a while. I heard some rumors about it, but I wasn't sure when the tooling would get to the point it could actually do something like this on their like CNC machines or however they make these. But this is the Harder and Steenbeck Infinity CR Plus. And what's really cool about this is the like internals of this, specifically this nozzle here, is made out of titanium. And usually, in a lot of airbrushes, these are made out of brass or some other kind of, it's usually a softer metal. So when you clean them, you have to be really careful. Otherwise, you'll open up this nozzle to a larger diameter than the needle is. And that'll cause you to like leak paint off, and it causes problems. But there's titanium innards throughout this airbrush, and it's pretty cool. They've also added things like a textured grip for the trigger, so that you can be a bit more precise. Also, like a tensioner for the trigger, which is something that's also really nice. You can kind of really dial in how far back you want that to go, which is nice. And a lot of the time when you're painting with an airbrush, especially at this small scale, having that trigger control is super important. So we'll do a little unboxing here. Thank you to Miss PML for picking this up for me. Comes in a nice hard case. And you get, I think that's just a little bit of packaging. But you get a couple of different color cup sizes in here. You've got a large one for basing. You've got this medium one that's already on here. And then you've got a super kind of like a mini cup for doing, very small quantity work. You also get a kind of like a secondary different style needle guard. And this I could see, this would probably be useful if you were pinching the needle with your fingers to kind of get that blowback into the color cup. I don't think I'm going to use it because I tend to use the sponge anyways, partially for safety, more just because I don't want to get it on my fingers because I'll touch the model and then it'll get on there. But this one comes with a 0.44 needle that's not installed, so that's your larger needle size. And then I think it's a 0.25 nozzle in there. I'll check the box to make sure, but it's a beautiful airbrush. I really like the color, the red color. I'm kind of partial to red. But we'll probably end up breaking this bad boy out and giving it a test run with the airbrushing we're gonna do today. Maybe in a couple of minutes here, while I set it up, we'll do that. We'll do that. What else has been going on with PML that I can share with everyone? I'm going to be doing some recording with D&Disability sometime, I think, next weekend. So I'm pretty excited about that. Always a good time to go see Thane over at D&Disability. Is quite a fun guy to be around. And it was also kind of entertaining to see Brad too in one of their episodes recently. If you haven't seen D&Disability, it's a really fun show. Thane puts a lot of effort into it, and he's got a lot of fun people that are that are a part of it. Brad's been a part of his group for quite a while. They have a lot of cool conversations. But and I've been able to talk to Brad a couple of times too. He's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. Yeah. So the needle that's in here is 0.25 millimeter, made out of titanium, which I'm happy about because getting airbrush parts, like some of them are really expensive. So the less wear and tear you have to worry about, the better. And I couldn't be happier on that front. Doop, doop, doo. Okay. I just had to get the, there's a quick release mechanism on the bottom that I had to detach real quick so that I could hook it up with the current hose I have. I don't have the other, like, I think the female end of the quick disconnect for my air compressor currently. All right. So that's the name of the game today, I guess, is just plow through as many minis as possible. And then probably get on to some priming, and like Monday will be whatever I can finish up before I've got to send this back to before I've got to send the package back to Brian at Weird World War II. All right. I'm just getting my my brushes set up here. I'm just a wee bit ill-prepared, but there we are. Cool, cool. So these guys, these little drone guys, let's get some wheeling dragons ready for spring. I hear ya. I hear ya. It gets, during the wintertime, it's cold. We've been having a lot of, like, fires in the, like, living room fireplace recently. That's been something me and Miss PML have been doing quite a bit. Okay. All right. Let's share screens here in a minute. Wolfenstein drones? I'm guessing they're called drones. Let's check it out. We got 5 live chat lounge cats in here. Thanks for coming, everybody. Okay. Do. Nice. And share. Okay. So here we've got, looks like a couple of results. This Wolfenstein wiki has really been, I guess, my biggest source of information and like media regarding some of these things. I look at it quite a bit for reference art from the games and such. Just trying to find. Okay. Okay. So yeah, it looks like they've got big red light in the middle with a lot of dark color. Once again, I don't think this is the same like model or like version, it seems. So I think we're going to go with like a black paint scheme on these guys. We're going to use gray as a highlight, and then we're going to make their eye look like it's glowing, I guess. And that's kind of what we're going to go with. At least that's what I'm kind of seeing here from the reference images that I've got. So that's what we'll do. All right. Cool, cool. I'm going to grab a glove for my painting hand here so we can check all of our colors as we're working. And we'll get the compressors up to PSI, and away we go, friends. Spring means I can get back into the shop. Yeah, heck yeah. I'm excited to see what you create this season there, Wheeling Dragon, especially after that really cool dice box and the handmade dice he sent us. I Absolutely love those. All right. So here we go. Here we go. We need some tunes too. What's going on with this? Do. Let me get my chord going over here. Oops. All right. Man, we have a ton of projects this year. Just like a ton of them. I picked up Battletech 2 over the holiday. We had some family visiting in, and we took them to the Mall of America. And while I was there, I picked up a copy of Battletech, the mech style combat game. So that was really cool. I'm excited to do that one up too. But we've got Halo, Battletech. We've got some like fantasy stuff coming up too, for all the fantasy lovers here. We've got they're like a bunch of men at arms. We've got a ton of them to do, but they shouldn't be like crazy hard to do. We should be able to knock those guys out pretty easy. I'm gonna try maybe something a bit more upbeat. It's the middle of the day. All right. There we go. Little background music. All right. I'm gonna turn that up just a little bit. There we go. Let me know if I've got ideas for gradients and other patterns. Cool. And you've got some back orders. Hey, that's cool. That's nice. I'm happy to hear that. That's back orders aren't a bad thing. They're not a bad thing. All right. Okay. Let's see if I can figure this out real quick. Okay. That is really cool. Like, adjusting this knob on the back allows you to kind of pre-tension the trigger. Okay. So we'll get our first drone here on the chopping block. We've already got like this dark gray going on. I think we can leave that as is because we still want to be able to go from gray back down to black with a wash maybe a little bit later on. So what we'll do is we'll get a little bit of highlight on there to get us some contrast to start with, and then we'll wash it. It'll come back down. We can highlight it again real quick. We should be good to go. For that, let's see. We've got, that's dark warm gray, dark camo green. I thought I had that. Yeah, okay. So we have dark neutral gray on there. We'll run to neutral gray, and then we'll add just a drop of like this bright neutral gray, I guess. We're working in a monochromatic kind of style here, and we're working up from that dark gray. Back orders and only 2 dice molds and 1 dice box mold. Gotcha. Okay. Still, it's good to have that. I'm gonna put the paint here on the shaker real quick. We'll give it a couple of seconds to sort itself out and get all nice and mixed and ready to go. We've got our sponge. We've got our water setup going on. All right. So, how are we going to make these guys look unique? Kind of looks like they have... I'm just kind of checking out the reference images again. It looks like they kind of have a little bit of like a lighter gray going on. I don't know. We could probably make the blades silver. That could be something that would distinguish these drones a little bit, as well as like there's a white marking on top. I think that's about all we're going to do for these, beyond, you know, the little OSL point we're going to have for the central eye. All right. So our paint's mixed. Get it ready for our airbrush. As always, a couple drops of flow improver will do ya. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll start with 4 and see where that takes us. And then we're just going to add a drop of this gray. We should be good to go. Nice. Gonna give it a little mix in with a brush, and then there we are. Wow, that can make some super fine lines. Good Lord. Look at that. Holy crap. That's some precision engineering right there. Make a bead that small. Looks like I have to work on my trigger control a little bit, but I mean, you can make some seriously thin lines. Cool. All right. All right. We got some seriously cool new tools. All right. So I'm just gonna start picking out areas to kind of highlight where light would probably hit this a little bit. And we'll start to kind of work our way up on that gradient. Kind of just using some the natural light that's in the studio here to kind of direct me. It's a bit of a top-down kind of shot here. Nothing crazy. Basically, this would be your spray can zenithal style highlight, I guess, is where I'm going to go with this, more or less. I still want to leave some of that gray behind, but I kind of want it to be, yeah. There we are. All right, cool. That's, oh, and I'm doing it off camera. Let's maybe tilt you up a little bit there, friendly camera. Here we are. So we can get that up a little bit. There we are. All right. I'm kind of working right about there, yeah. Okay. A little bit of overspray there. Oops. Okay. So now I'm just going to go ahead and do up one of these. That's why I only put like a drop of paint in there. This is just going to be our master like reference model, essentially. So we're going to be doing a lot of color changing here real quick, and then we'll just kind of bang them out with the assembly line process, your, kind of standard, going to do a squad of 6 guys, kind of one step of the process at a time, I should say. All right, cool. Now we can kind of backflow the old color out. Our brush. Very nice. Another reason why I was excited that they're using titanium as a material is because it's almost like stainless steel. Like, stuff just comes off of it really easy. Not only is it super durable, but it's easy to clean. There's a lot of benefits to having the titanium innards with a tool like this. God, did that come out clean too. Wow. All right. So now we're going to go ahead and make another mix here. 3, 4, there we go. I declare a thumb war going on. We're going to go ahead and step up into bright neutral gray for some serious highlight land. And then we'll wash our model down and end with the kind of red glowy eye for our OSL effect. All right. I know how to do it. Yeah, that is just absolutely nuts how this titanium, the paint just runs right on. Like, I missed the chamber to like get the drop down in the center of it, but it just slid right down, like almost like Rain-X on a windshield. Kind of nuts. Okay. Okay. All right, so I guess same kind of procedure here with our drone, but this time we're going to go ahead and start targeting even like smaller areas. And we're just going to lightly put this on. It's a very kind of strong color. Oh, and I'm doing it off screen again. All right. I'm just kind of picking out and I think that's kind of where we're going to leave it. It kind of looks like it's got a dusting of snow or something on it. Maybe just a little bit more. There we are. That looks good to me. I don't think it needs a ton more. Maybe we'll put a little bit on the back here. There we go. Okay. So now we have a very nice gradient on here, and the make sure to do the gun too, since that's kind of exposed. All right. Cool beans. The last step of this, we're going to varnish it, and then we'll wash it, and we'll see what happens with that. I don't think these drones are going to take quite as much time as I thought they were, now that I'm kind of getting into it. It's very Has anybody been playing any new games out there? Any RPGs or whatnot? Just out of curiosity. I thought about, while I was at the game store at the mall, I was kind of thinking about picking up a copy of Dungeon, the board game, like, because I heard that was kind of a old school D&D kind of, it's been around a while in that same kind of genre. I thought about picking up a copy, but it's the group that I would be playing with, you know, the family that was visiting and so on and so forth. It's kind of like, you don't really want to pick up a game with a ton of rules. I know Dungeon doesn't have a ton of rules, but it kind of seemed like they just kind of wanted to play stuff that was already known, which is A-okay. Maybe I'll have to introduce a game to them like that at another point in time. Took a break for the holidays. You're nice. You're meeting again on the 10th. Well, cool. Excited to hear that. All right. Now I've just got to find my... let's see here. This is my matte varnish. Yes, it is. Hello, matte varnish. So we're just going to use some Vallejo matte varnish. We're going to seal this bad boy up. Got about 2 drops of varnish in the spray gun here. We'll see how much that lasts. I might actually put a third, just because I like to go a little heavy. Alright, so we got some varnish in here. I've got a couple other models to do varnishing on anyways, so this will work out just fine. So this step, why are we sealing this? And it's more or less because the when we go to wash it, I don't want the paint to like start to peel off of it. This varnish is just going to make a quick coating on here that will help us prevent that. Okay. It did not last as long as I thought it would. Okay. Bob Jester says, finally got to run some Dungeon Crawl Classics earlier today with someone. Pick it back up later this afternoon. There we go. Can't stop the gaming. Dungeon Crawl Classics. It sounds like, I think there was somebody running Dungeon Crawl Classics actually at Claricon, if I remember correctly. Or at least I think so. I thought there was a game of that happening there. I wasn't a part of it, though. Seemed like it was kind of an open source, hybrid-y kind of thing going on. Oh, pretty cool. Sauce actually a little bit of thinner through here before I continue. I'll let the varnish set on that guy. Maybe an hour or two. Nice. Okay. So we will stick you up here to dry for a little bit. I think I'm happy with the way that the contrast came out on this, the gradients. So I'm just going to put a fresh drone on here, and we'll do it all over again. And this time, I think, since I'm going to go assembly line tactics with this, we'll just go ahead and put one color per here. There's our neutral gray. Yeah, Dungeon Crawl Classics. Is that like a kind of homebrew system? Or has that one been around like a while? I'm not sure if that's done by a company or was created by just a fan or something. Not quite sure. Actually, I'm going to put a little more flow improver in here. We'll probably use a couple more drops of paint than this. Also today on the chopping block, we've got some officers. There's a space marine that I missed, and then some weird like mad scientist. So that ought to be fun. I'm not sure exactly what colors I'm going to use for a mad scientist, but 2, 3, there's 4 drops of this gray. That'll be fine. Just getting my paint mixed here in the airbrush, since we're going to be using this color for a minute. It was created as a 3.5 game, 2001, but moved to their own rules. Okay, yeah. Okay, Goodman. Yeah, I know they're quite the name in the industry. I've seen their name float around a little bit. Very nice. I think that ought to do it. I'll just put a little bit back here on the parts that would probably hit the light as well. Can't forget about our little turret gun here. That should be about it. Okay. Cool beans. Off to the next one. Let's bring you maybe back down a bit. I'm starting to work a little bit closer to myself now. Okay. What's going on, Michael? Good to see you. Good to see you. Bob says, creating a party of chaotic all-female band of thieves. Okay. That sounds like fun. Reminds me of that like Scooby-Doo movie where they're all witches, like a coven of witches or something. That kind of reminds me of something. I'm going to check out Michael's message here in just a minute. Just want to get this gray here on these particular spots. All right. Hello, yeah, hello, Michael. Good to see ya. Congrats on the new channel, Bill. New channel. Yeah, we bet the new channel. Are you not sure what you're talking about there? Well, I guess I did start up a TikTok account. So I'm hoping to go live on there, but there's some stuff I have to read through before I really start actually doing some of the TikTok stuff. All the kids these days are on TikTok. Miss PML's kind of been pushing me to get on there, though. She's like, "Oh, you could get so many people watching you on TikTok." I'm like, I don't really know how to use it, but I guess I'll give it a shot. So I guess that's something to look forward to next year too. I just want to. I have to read through all of the regulations and stuff. You got to sign up and get approval for it. Oh, the hobby shop. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. Thank you very much for the congratulations on that. That was actually a really hard thing for me. There was a lot of places in there where I had never done any of that, and it was just a little bit nerve-wracking, but I got there with some help from a lot of people. A lot of the affiliates that we have right now, actually, and this is maybe not a bad time to kind of call out some of them. If you want to go shop the PML Hobby Shop, we have paints in stock there. We've got dice that I can get for you with about as quick shipping as I can possibly muster. We have a lot of good connections in the hobby industry that have come through for PML to help me out in kickstarting that shop. So feel free to go look at it, but go ahead and check out our affiliates. I'll bring up the QR code. So if you got your phone handy and you're in front of a regular PC, go ahead and check out our affiliates that are a part of the PML family, I suppose. There's a lot of cool friends we know, like Merlinster Ganderlore, and the from Mage's Musings is on there as an affiliate. We've got Dungeon Minister himself, who was popping in earlier. All of those people get a little slice of the pie if you go and enter the channel through their affiliate tags. You can find that on their social media pages. I've got them all linked right there. You just click on them, pick the one you want to support, and you can head in after you find it in their video or wherever they've posted it. So that's pretty cool, you know. So you can check out the PML Hobby Shop at that. Thanks for reminding me to shamelessly plug the thing I spent months on there, Michael. I really appreciate it. And that's if it doesn't actually get banned. The TikTok, yeah. Yep, I hear that one there, Wheeling Dragon. They do have some protocols that you got to follow over there with the TikTok thing. And it's you're right about the whole, like, is it going to actually be there, too? I might be a little late to that party, but my hope is that I can still maybe catch a few folks who have an interest in painting and the art that would want to come over and chat with us here on YouTube or wherever, you know? But yeah. What's been new with you there, Michael? You have a good holiday? Up to anything fun? Just out of curiosity. Just creating a little bit of intrigue here with our next color. Again, kind of assembly line tactics on these drones. I don't want to paint the whole thing gray, but I do want there to be, you know, maybe around some of these side corners, we get a little bit of extra contrast for no work at all. Can't forget about the little gun too up front here. There we are. Just anywhere the light would probably hit this thing is where we're bringing it. Okay. And we're off to the races on our next drone here. Oh, man. Okay, well, that's fun. Let's tackle Michael's thing first. Yeah, so would Wolfenstein be used with Warhammer 40K? No, it's actually its own board game. It was Wolfenstein's a video game, I guess, that came out in the similar time frame to like Doom, the original Doom video game. And it's been around a while, but they've kept making kind of video games of it, and they released a board game that was in print for a little while, and Brian over at Weird World War II had a copy of it, and he said, Bill, you want to, you know, paint up some models for me? I could use a hand, and I was like, sure, let's do it. Let's do it. I'll do it. Go ahead and send him my way. So he did, and then life got in the way. I've had this board game for like a while, and now it's crunch time to get it done because the holidays came in. Paint Minis Live launched in October, so I was scrambling to get the website done and like make sure it looked professional and, you know, something that I could share with the world and feel proud of, which is kind of important to me. You know, I'm not all about looks by any means, but you know, I just want it to be functional and show that I'm, you know, I take those things seriously. And so all of that combining, I got really behind on that project, on this Wolfenstein project here. But it's a cool looking board game. Essentially what happens is, you know, there's some combat mechanics to it. But from the little bit I read online about the rules, essentially, like, each one of these has a base, you know, with a number on it. You can see this one's 36. You roll, I think it's, you know, what is it? I think it's like one, you know, a D10, 2D10 or whatever, and then you come up with your ones and tens number, and then that particular model gets to move that turn and do its thing, and the players are trying to defeat the big bad at the end. Mr. Funny Stash, I'm going to call him. They get to try and defeat historical Mr. Funny Stash. I believe that's kind of what's going on there. So it looked like a really cool game. But he's wanting to film some content with it, and I think he's having a kind of like a play party with it. A couple of folks going to be playing with him. So yeah, just trying to get it all done before I got to send it back. So, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of like super soldiers, drones. It's like alternative history where the Germans won World War II and you're kind of a resistance fighter kind of thing. So, yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you really quick here. Here's one of the super soldiers we did earlier on. I've yet to complete their base, but like, yeah. So it's like a giant kind of robotoid man trapped in a suit idea going on with giant batteries on his back and a minigun kind of looking thing. So yeah, these are like the super soldiers, I guess, of this universe, alternate history kind of universe thing, where wonder weapons are commonplace and so on and so forth. But yeah, Miss PML, you guys are just to tag along with trying to stay warm. Miss PML is asking me if I make her a fire later, so at some point I'll take a break during the first ever Paint Minis Live. What did I call it? Stream-a-festa-paint-a-thon. And then I'll go upstairs and make her a little fire in the fireplace. It's chilly here too. It's like, I think it just keeps getting colder and colder every day. It seems like, anyways. It's like, I think yesterday was only about 10 degrees here. But you guys are kind of dealing with a cold snap, I know. Cool. I think, is that all of them? Might be all of them for this color. Yep, you're done. Let me make sure I'm not missing any. All right, cool. We can move on to, we can start back at the top here with this guy. Now that you've had a chance to dry, and we'll go back and do our super highlight. For sure, Michael. Yeah, definitely a Frankenstein-esque thing going on there. We've got a mad scientist to paint a little bit later on in the stream. We got this guy is like super mad scientist. Like he's got a backpack with legs that he like rides on or something, and he's just gonna inject copious amounts of people with weird substances, it seems, with his naughty syringes. So that's kind of fun. Make it snow. There you go. We still have like some clear places that don't have snow here in Minnesota, which is really weird. All right, where's my discharge cup? I'm just gonna change out our color here, get us ready for our next one. Wow, these color cups clean out really fast. This new airbrush with the titanium in it, I'm loving this. This is easy peasy lemon squeezy when it comes to cleaning this thing. Good lord. All right, a little backflow to get the last of that color out. right, well, take care there, Wheeling Dragon. I'll see you when you get back. Holy man. 3 inches of ice? Whoa. That's nuts. Yeah, so this is a new piece of equipment, thanks to Miss PML. This is the Harder and Steenbeck Infinity CR Plus. This airbrush released, I believe, just at the end of last year. But the interesting thing about this, it's a very similar design to their original. Like, this is their Infinity Kiev edition. So you can see it's very similar. There's a lot of parts and components in here. That are similar, but they're kind of different. The internals on this airbrush are made out of titanium, and the airbrush, the older model, this one is made out of aluminum, brass, other types of metals. They're softer metals though than titanium, so this one's going to hold up a lot longer, and it's way easier to clean. Because of the fact that it's almost, stainless steel. Plus, they've added things like a bit more of a textured trigger, as well as there's a trigger tensioner right here, this little nubule. You can move that back and forth, and it'll actually give you a heavier weight trigger pull, or lighter if you like that. Just a fantastic piece of kit. I really haven't gone wrong with Harder and Steenbeck airbrushes. They've kind of been my mainstay. I know there's a lot of people out there that have very staunch views and opinions on what their favorite piece of equipment is, especially when it comes to airbrushes. Like, the Iowata people will really like their Iowatas, and they'll say Iowatas are the best. And yeah, sure. Like, it's all about the result at the end of the day. It's like math, if 1 + 1 = 2, and you write down 1 + 1 = 2, well, you're going to get the points for it on the math test. Just saying. But I really like their airbrushes. I think with them moving on to these titanium materials and really focusing on working on their manufacturing processes and becoming innovators in kind of a stagnant industry. You can't really change the design too much of an airbrush, but you can make the quality better. You can make them more durable, and those are places that I think Harder and Steenbeck has definitely improved upon, at least with this model airbrush. And I haven't seen that in other manufacturers, at least that I've seen, but it is definitely easy to use. Takes a minute to kind of get used to. It is heavier in the hand, I will say that. I don't know what the weight exactly is, but it's a bit heavier in the hand compared to their older Infinity version. I haven't really had any issues though with it so far, so looks like a phaser. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? We're moving on to bright neutral gray here. This is going to be our top highlight for our airbrushing phase here, and we're going to go through all of our drones and kind of assembly line paint these bad boys. And then we'll varnish them all and get them ready for a nice coat of wash. Recently, too, another cool thing I've been doing has been I've been using Army Painter quick washes. I talked a little bit about that earlier, but I started using those. I think they're actually quite wonderful. They're thick like molasses. You'll see when we get to that part of the process, but it's thick like molasses. It's almost like a wash syrup. And I've been kind of using that because you can mix it with some, you can put it on the model like straight up, and then use water essentially to manipulate it to the areas that you want it to go, instead of just having, like, if you were to use a GW wash, which you definitely can. But if you were going to use like a GW wash, you kind of just soak the model in it, and then it will try and run to those places. Whereas this stuff will let you manually kind of control where it goes. So if you want it to be in a weird place, you can definitely put it in a weird place. I don't know how like else to describe that, but it's very interesting the way that it mechanically works. All right. So here we are. We've got our highlight color here. The last mini that you painted that I got to view, the Dungeon Minister stash, the Horde of the Damned. Yeah. I had a lot of fun with the Horde. I kind of missed them, the little skelly boys. I had a lot of fun with them. So now I have to just be careful not to overdo it. Like, I want there to be enough highlight on here so it brings that intrigue out. But I don't want too much on here that I've repainted my model to be that color. It's kind of what I'm hoping to avoid, at least a little bit here. So I'm kind of just going to leave it at that. I mean, that looks pretty good to me. Maybe just like a hair. Oh. Sometimes you make a little mistake. That's all right. We can fix that with some wash. That's all right. Oh, yeah, I can't forget the kind of cannon here. All right. We'll move on to the next guy in our series here. Hey, all right. Well, take care, and we'll see you again real soon there, Michael. It was nice to see you around again. Stop by sometime soon. Always good to see you. You can be really precise with an airbrush. It's like all about that trigger control. So as you can see, we're kind of just building up the highlights as we go, leaving a little bit of each color behind in specific areas, and kind of just Going to have that be the way it is. All right. I'm going to be really happy to get all of these drones done. I tell you what. Okay. All right. A little bit there, a little over here, a little bit over there. I've kind of just chosen to take like the little nut parts, I guess, of the ductor fans. I want to say that's what they're called, ductor fans, ducted fans. Kind of highlight that nut part to give it a little bit more droniness. That's what I'm going to call that, droniness. Because it looks really cool when you've got those 4 little highlighted points between the arms that it comes with, and then that like attached to it, and then the outer little barrel part. I thought that looked really cool. Kind of gave it more of a flighty sensation to it. And yeah, I don't think it looks half bad. Nice. They're also just a little bit tedious on these flight stands. Welcome back, Wheeling Dragon. Currently putting on our top highlight color here, and that's how we're getting some of these cool white, almost white contrasts. I'm going to be washing these drones a little bit later on once the varnish has some time to dry. And it will kind of bring these colors all back together when that varnish is put on there and the wash process is over. So I'm making sure that I pick colors that really, really stand out. I mean, we're going to have a bit of a gradient here, going between the dark gray to gray, and then now onto this like kind of very white highlight color. But, oh, a little bit too much there. It's alright, I'm banking on the wash to help me fix some of those little issues that come up. The painting is going well. I am liking where this is going. I think I'm going to like it even more when we get closer to the finish line here. But it's starting to come together, that's for sure. Cool. I'm just gonna actually touch that up a little bit. I got a little overzealous on the trigger, a little too close. There we go. Kind of feather that in a little bit. Take pride in our work. Make sure we're producing the best models we can, even for just a funsy project. I like to have a standard. Hey, thanks for the compliment, Wheeling Dragon. Appreciate it. Yeah, these kind of 4 points on the fan really make it look like it's droney, I guess. I don't know. It just pleases me that they're there. All right. I think let's say that's basically all of them here to work with. You look like you still need a little dry time. The rest of these guys, I think, can probably get varnished now. And then we will set them to dry, and we'll start working on some, like, I don't know, we'll pick whatever we want to work on next. We'll just kind of throw it to a group vote. It's all got to get done anyways, so we can work on whatever you want. Since you guys are here watching and keeping me company, like, may as well. Perks of being here at the Stream-a-festa-paint-a-thon. Many perks of being at the Stream-a-festa-paint-a-thon. I stole that from one of those, like, Geico commercials. I don't know if you guys, like, remember some of those old Geico commercials that were, like, the save of something. It was something very similar. Was it Toyota or Geico? One of the two. I can't remember which, but yeah, it was like the Save a Festa Buy-a-thon thingamajig. That was they were trying to drive sales, I think, or of their insurance or something. But yeah, I stole that from one of those companies anyway, and I thought it was just kind of a fun thing. I might have to like turn that into a regular deal, and do like a extra long stream every now and then and call it the Stream-a-festa-paint-a-thon dash whatever project I'm working on for an extended period. All right, cool. We have our colors worked out. I'm just going to take a quick second and wipe off I'll go at the end of this needle cap. It got a little bit gunky. Just a little gunky. Okay, cool. So, I'm going to go ahead. I'm actually going to put this on the shaker, the matte varnish. May as well mix it up and make sure it's nice and ready to go for these guys. Do have a couple other minis to do too, so I'll probably end up doing a little bit more varnish than I did with the kind of original first model that we start off with these drones. Man, Sunday is the day to do it, I guess. I've had everybody in here for quite a while. We've got 5 live chat lounge cats hanging out with us today. So out of this box, I've completed like about 50% of it. Just as a kind of reference here, while this thing's shaking, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, 20 models are complete out of, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15 models to prime, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 that need to be completed. So, yeah, that's a little less than half, but these drones are basically almost done. We just need some wash and a little bit of red, and we're good. All right. A little matte varnish in the color cup. And now we're going to go through and give these guys a nice seal before we do our wash step. Well, there's still some white in the barrel, huh? I thought I had sprayed all that out. I think I need to throw a little thinner through here. A little airbrush shenanigans going on. Yeah, I think I got a little bit of a tip dry going. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Looks like a little bit of dried paint from the cap of the white just kind of got stuck in there a little bit. It's all right, no problem. It's still doing it, huh? All right. Yeah, every once in a while there's like, you'll get something like that comes up. Half the battle with an airbrush, and I think a lot of people get really scared at these tools. Well, not scared at, but like, they're intimidated their first time around using it. I know I sure was. But like once you know how to tackle some of the problems that you face with them, they're really not all that intimidating. It just becomes kind of like using a standard paintbrush. Sure, there's a little bit of safety involved because you're dealing with like essentially a needle that's like just about on par with like a hypodermic needle. They're super fine needles. Don't get me wrong, but like it's not a very intimidating tool to learn how to use if you kind of just follow some basic techniques and principles and cleaning procedures, I guess, Well, good to see you back there, Bob Jester. I just had me a little bit of a technical episode with me airbrush here. Had a little clog in there from some paint that had dried, and so had to go in there and do a little cleaning action. Okay. Now we can varnish these guys. Get on with it. Cool. So, I'm just going to make sure that this is still on the same playlist. Yeah, okay. Cool. So, when I am kind of going through and seal coating models, I essentially just look for the glint of it. Like as soon as it starts to look wet, I move on to another spot and I keep sealing from there. Essentially this, you don't want to put too much on so that it, will take forever and a day to dry, but you also want to make sure that the paint isn't going to slough off should you make it like really wet with the with your wash. As I go through and kind of start the active wash process, I was learning from Kenny the other day, and if you don't actually go through and varnish your model in between these steps, the paint will like almost slough right off. It's really weird. It's interesting to see how the paint reacts to being that wet, and it's definitely not something I'd like to have happen here. But when I'm working with models like this that are in this, because it's basically a black model, like you're trying to go and fool somebody that this is black when it's actually not black, because you want the highlights and stuff to be there so that it looks like you've got the shading part of this down, and kind of give some contrast to the eye. Sure, you could paint it black, but that would be really boring. Like, it just look really, just look really boring. And it's not, I want a model that looks really fun and entertaining to, like, look at, I guess. And so, again, just trying to fool the eye that this is a black model instead of a dark gray model, by making the areas that can be darker black, the mid-tone being gray, and then like a very high contrast highlight color. So that you barely even, you know, your mind would kind of conceive it as black if you use a little bit of imagination. I guess that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. It's a long way of saying that. You'll be able to use your imagination to know it's black. And easily, too. Okay, cool. Not only is, you know, an airbrush like a super convenient tool to use just to get like a lot of paint on your model quickly, it's also kind of nice because the only other like seal coat kind of varnish that I have that would be like in a spray can, I can't do that outside right now because it's Minnesota winter, so you couldn't really finish this outside if you wanted to. You just have to leave the paint and hope the acrylic would do its job. To getting you to that point. So having an airbrush and a compressor inside during the wintertime allows me to keep doing this essentially the year round. If you have any questions about any of this stuff, let me know. Be happy to share whatever I can with you. So I do have a question for you guys, though. And it's something I've kind of been curious about. Maybe you can help me just with some basic... You know, I've been brainstorming. I'm always brainstorming. Shenanigans to try out. To see what sticks and what's entertaining and what I find enjoyable to do. But I'm curious if... in the future here, I'm planning on doing the Halo live streams where we're painting the Halo board game that came out from Mantic, who's also a partner with PML. And I started PML with the idea of like, you know, everything's going to be live. I'm just going to have it all be live. But I know some people enjoy the video format too. And like having something they can just watch on their own time. They don't have to like, you know, be part of the stream for it. Is that something you guys would be interested in? Just who's in the chat here now, you know, would you be interested in watching like a legit sit-down video, something edited? I mean, obviously I'd be showing off the mistakes made along the way too, because that's kind of my shtick too, is I like to have people see the true painting process and what it entails. The good, bad, and the ugly, you know. But PML doing videos, you know, it doesn't really fit with the name. But just out of curiosity, if that would be something people would be interested in, you know. Okay. Okay. It's something I've been kicking around in the back of my head a little bit. I'm not sure exactly how I would go about, you know, making it into something that's digestible, but I think it would probably garner some traction too, around the nets. I know there's people that are, very interested in just watching the video side of stuff, and they grow their channels based on that. And I think that's good. They definitely wouldn't be a regular thing. It would more or less be maybe an additional part of PML, a supplementary part, I guess, is where I would put that in the books, because editing takes a long time. If you don't think so, go ask Father Aaron. He will tell you that. When I was talking to him while I was up in Canada, I think he was telling me that it's at least 10 minutes of editing per 3 seconds of watching one of his videos. So, I mean, those things do require a higher amount of work to complete, but I think it could be worth it. Just as an irregular thing that happens on the channel. I'm editing a Word file right now, fighting the 2-column format. Oi. That's fun. Have a good time with that. Word processors are the bane of my existence, I tell you what. I'm really not good with them there, Bob Jester. Wheeling Dragon's totally on board with a yes. Bob Jester, an edited video would be focused on watching the... I like live streams when I'm working on something at the same time. It's the casual yet pro-tip conversations that help me stay focused on what I'm doing, like word editing. Gotcha, yeah. An edited video would be focused on watching the video, different experience. Yes, worth it. Got it. Okay. Yeah. I do enjoy the live stream thing for some of the same reasons that you're bringing up there, Bob Jester. This format keeps me engaged with the work, as well as I'm a very, I'm an extroverted person. I like people. That's kind of how I recharge my batteries. It's talking to folks and sharing experiences is kind of how I recharge those social batteries that we all have. And, some people it's reading a good book or playing a role-playing game or playing sports or something. For me, it's interacting with people and doing something creative. And so, I think the live stream will always be kind of the mainstay delivery system, but I could see video also being something that's nice to have around, especially as I'm kind of going through life. I'm realizing too that sometimes it's just not feasible for me to do the live stream stuff. And so I could probably have some videos in the chamber, so to speak, that I could just fire off and say, hey, sorry, I'm going to be away for a little bit. And instead of streaming, we're going to release a couple of videos from the PML archives or something. And kind of do it that way. Just because, I like seeing everybody, and I know that I like meeting new people too, but I also know it's really hard to, keep people, especially in this, in the internet platform, so to speak, around if you're not very consistent and doing stuff constantly. And as much as I would love to do painting all the time because it's my passion, I also have professional endeavors that, this wouldn't be a full-time gig for me just based on, what I want to do as a profession, but it's definitely something that's an important part of my life. And I'd like to keep those people around to to talk to and get to know more of. Because you can never have too many friends in this world. At least that's my opinion. I don't know. Does that vibe with you guys? You can never have too many friends in this world? Just out of curiosity. All right. So long rant over. I think that's basically every single one of these drones now varnished. I've got a couple extra things here. We're gonna varnish our rocket troopers. That I did up off the stream here. These guys are gonna be harder to see what's totally varnished, but they'll be fine. We'll deal with it. It's kind of hard. Some colors, especially yellow, I have a hard time picking up when it's fully varnished, because you're just looking basically for a sheen on the model. I'm out of medium. There we go, a little bit more. A couple extra drops in the color cup. Yeah, it's kind of tough to spot that wet look, especially on yellow. I think we're getting a little bit of tip dry here. Gotcha. So yeah, just with the varnishing step, the varnishing is like, it's a sealer. So it's just, it's just keeping those, it's going to keep those colors there and intact no matter what I do to the model. It's like a quick save in a video game, essentially. So it's going to keep those colors right where I put them and not move them no matter what I do over the top of it. And it allows me to do some other like funky technical mumbo jumbo that I normally wouldn't be able to do without the paint just sloughing off of these guys. You can also paint right over it too. Like it's extra acrylic. It's the binder that's in the paint. So you're not going to have any problems painting right over it. And this is just matte, so it's not glossy or reflective. And you'd never know that it was actually sealed if you didn't know you did it yourself. I think I got another little bit of a clog going here. There we go. All right. That's one of the drawbacks of working with varnish and air together. Because naturally the varnish just wants to get like out of there, for lack of a better term. It wants to leave the airbrush with the air, but then the air is drying it to the needle as well. So sometimes you end up with a little bit of a clog, just due to the fact that it's drying on the needle, and you've got to fix that a little bit. All right. It really looks like I'm doing nothing, but to the naked eye, you'll see a sheen that forms on the model as you're kind of doing this. It looks wet. Sometimes that can be, yeah, like I was saying earlier, sometimes it can be difficult with different colors. I find it hard with yellow. Some people find it really hard with white. Okay. So there are two dudes down. We've got our drones that are now basically knocked out of the park. We got to wait for the varnish to dry on all these guys, so we can go through now and do whichever model you guys would like. I'm going to take a quick second to clean up my airbrush, and then I'll present, I don't know, like 3 options, and we'll take a vote, A, B, C. You can just type it in the chat, and we'll go from there. Maybe do a little bit of brainstorming when it comes to color choices and so on. Maybe look at some reference art. I don't know. We'll just see what happens. I'm gonna throw like a bunch of thinner in here. I liken this like matte varnish or any kind of sealer. It seems to me like it's a bit similar to primer, where if you don't clean it when it's wet, it's just a pain to clean later. And that's never fun. Nobody likes cleaning wet paint, or dry paint, I guess, out of something this small. That came out actually really clean. Man, these color cups that are made out of titanium are like really nice. That's pretty nice. Okay. Let's get you in a safe place so you don't just fall on the ground or something. Here we are. We have, We've got Mad Scientist. We've got Officer with, who has just literally taken out somebody's heart. We can see that sculpted in a minute. And then we have Hands Up, Don't Shoot. So go ahead and take your pick. There's 2 officers. We'll go and inspect each one individually real quick here. We'll pull you guys maybe off to the side or something. What we have here is Mad Scientist on the walker. We'll call him A. So if you like Model A, you can put that in there. Model B is this guy right here, who's literally got... He, like, took out a human heart from someone, and he's just presenting it to the world. We'll call him Captain Heartless. That'll be Model B, if you want to see that one painted next, or I guess contrasted next, we're going to do. And then Model C is your standard YouTuber from Pepperbox or whatnot, your local gun tuber. And that'll be Model C. So let me know which one you would like to see done up next, and we'll go from there. Here, I'll bring them all kind of back together so you can decide. But yeah, put it in the chat, A, B, or C. going left to right. A, B, A, B, and C. Sweet hydration. Wheeling Dragon, there you go. Wheeling Dragon's got a vote for B. And may like to present the hearts of her enemies. Like, that is just such a creepy sculpt. Dude just holding out a human heart like, was this what you, ma'am, was this what you were looking for here at Best Buy? Were you looking for this human heart? It's like, what? Okay. All right, well, we'll close the poll here in, like, just another 30 seconds. So cast your votes if you want to. A, B, C, and we'll go paint that up. So far, B is in the lead. I think for that guy, I'm definitely going to want like a khaki thing going on. I think anyways. I have to go look. Look at their Wikipedia thing again. What's this guy's actual name? I have to go and look at the... I have to go look at the manual here. Wolfenstein, the board game. Model assembly manual. He assembled all of these. Holy man, some of these look kind of nuts to assemble. Let's see, which one is the dude with the heart? Definitely not those guys. Nor was it those guys. Oh, General Oscar von Grimm. Well, that's an interesting name. Oscar. Oh, really? Okay, so... Oh, there's actually no, there's no, Oh, okay, so this is kind of the captain, I guess, of one of the teams, but it's not like a... It's not like an actual character in the video game, so there's no, like, concept art. He's just got a sculpt. Interesting. So, let's see. What an officer. Let's find out what their generic officers look like. And kind of go from there. Oh. Let's hope. I hope I can find. Okay. Are they really all black again? I can't win with this box. How about generals? Do they have a different color? There's got to be more colors. There's a lot of black in this Wolfenstein color palette, and it's killing me. It's killing me, Smalls. Well, there's this guy, Wilhelm Strauss. Oof, you've seen better days. Okay, so no, there's not... It doesn't look like this... They're like, higher-ups or whatever are more of like a... what is that, like a blue-gray? I'm not really going to show off what I'm looking at right now for some reasons. I think there's a lot of symbology in here I don't care to keep around on the internets forever. Yeah, I think we're gonna kind of go with this. I don't even think that's like a khaki color. It's kind of like a kind of like an off green. So that's we'll go down that route. We'll go down that route. It was already gray. What could we do to the gray to make it kind of match that color? Like transparent green maybe or something. Yeah, we do have transparent green. Okay, so we're gonna this guy who's and they're all gonna be green, aren't they? I guess we just kind of stick with the same black color scheme and go from there. That's I think what we're gonna do. This guy, I honestly think, could just get finished with a brush. There's not really a lot of airbrushing that would be involved with this, which is fine. Let's see here. Grab my palette and my trusty number 3 Sable, wherever it ran off to. I think it ran away because it felt a little overworked and underpaid. There we are. Okay. So this guy, at least what I did with the other like soldiers, I went through because this is kind of dark gray color. I'm gonna go ahead and just essentially run up a highlight, knock it down with a wash, just like we're going to do with the drones. So we're going to work in grayscale again. And it's going to look a little goofy, but we'll be fine. The other colors are going to come in later on, I think. We might do the reds and that kind of stuff, but I'm gonna leave the technical things like the actual like doing the gore. Leave that towards the end of the process because we'll have to varnish this guy again too, anyways. So right now I'm just kind of highlighting the ridges of his uniform, a little bit of, I guess this would be edge highlighting on a couple of places. Mainly trying to give this like the reflection of leather kind of look here. And we'll work up shoot, a little bit of a misstroke there on the side of his jacket. I'm gonna clean that up real quick. Go. Okay. We'll just avoid that area for a little bit here. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and give him some quick mid-tones around some of the higher areas of his uniform here. In preparation for some highlights. there was like two styles for this guy. Either one of them was this kind of historical color greenish gray, but I wasn't really in on that because from all of the character art that I saw, they were all wearing kind of this black style uniforms. Gonna make some like primitive shapes here on his shoulders to highlight later. Kind of following any hard creases I see in his uniform. And I'm going to do it basically all the way around the model. It'll look good when it's done. I think his cuffs... Good lord, what color? Okay, this dude's got gloves on? I don't... It doesn't really read like he's got gloves, but... Whatever. We'll just kind of highlight them anyways. I think I might paint over them like later on. We'll see. Again, it's all kind of mono chromatic paint schemes with Wolfenstein, it would appear. I'm not too worried about, I guess, having too much coverage in certain areas of his uniform here. I'm just kind of prepping this for our highlight stage. Do. The mid-tone stage is like basically, you don't have to make this believable. When it like trying to fake a black like this, in my opinion, anyways. You know, do it how you would like to do it. In my mind, though, like when you're trying to fake a black, and as far as I know, you know, you can kind of put a decent amount of mid-tone on here, especially if you're going to wash this to kind of bring it all back to back together and kind of make all of those colors come back into I guess a more realistic look. And I'll give an example here. These troopers that we did, once the wash is on them, these highlights were on the like legs and pants. They were basically white. They're very close to white, but then you throw a wash over this and it starts to kind of bring it back a little bit more into harmony with the rest of it, so it doesn't look as much like a highlight, but it definitely looks like there's something worth looking at there. And I think that kind of works out well when you are trying to like essentially do these very dark color schemes. And then you'll throw the actual like highlight color over the top of that, especially with these like kind of almost character minis. That's where I'm going to put the most time. So I am not afraid to go and take the little extra time to put the mid-tone color in there and then do a second stage of highlight even further on down the line. Okay. So we've got that. What else are we gonna... Well, we're gonna make this probably gray too, to be honest. He's got like an iron cross metal or something. I don't know exactly what metal that is, but he's got some kind of metal on here. We're gonna do that in our mid-tone as well, so that when we go to put silver on this, it ends up kind of popping out a bit more than if you were just doing this. Okay. That's fine. So now that we've got a mid-tone on here, we will go ahead and add in a couple other colors. It looks like he's got a belt going on. This hat and his boots got to be black and shiny. So I'm going to go ahead and put some... I'm going to put black on the paint shaker. And we'll start adding some of these like basic colors. I'm not going to go like totally hog wild with this, adding a ton of color at this stage. If you've been around, you guys have been around watching the show for a while. Those of you that are in here chatting, my painting technique and strategy has drastically changed over time. I used to kind of do all of the highlight and basically all of that stuff all at once, and then do a wash over the model and any cleanup work after putting the wash on there. But I've started to rethink it, and the more that I'm working with Kenny Boucher too, and what he's got going on, and it makes a lot of sense, is like do the midtones and kind of like the basic stuff, wash it so that your dark recesses get really, really dark, and then go in with the highlight. And when you put it on the tabletop, it'll look much more intriguing to the eye. I guess the thing I'm working on is trying to make it not look cartoony. I want, like, especially with something like this, I'm looking to make it a bit more realistic. So that's kind of what I've been trying to improve upon personally a little bit. So I'm going to take straight black here, and we're going to do up the boots and the brim of his hat, a couple other places that look like they're essentially places that would be almost a plastic or, a uniform color black military style, plasticky hat. My dad was in the Coast Guard and in the fire department too. They had caps, and like the caps would be or like dress uniforms, and those caps had like a shiny, glossy kind of plasticky visor on it. That's what I'm looking to do up with this guy. There's a bit too much water in my mix here. I might have to go over that again. Okay, and we'll just do up his shiny boots. This guy is going to be fun on a bun to try and get the base done on. I have a feeling. There's like a lot of, I don't know if they're candles. I think they're candles. It looks like they're candles. I think he just got done. He's doing some kind of ritual sacrifice or something. And there's candles there. So the base is going to be an interesting one to try and tackle. I think I'm going to save that for later though. Okay. Yeah, it's looking good. So we're kind of experiencing like a plumbing issue here at the house where, for whatever reason, the drains upstairs are backing up into the bathroom toilet down here. I was hoping to have, be doing this Friday, and have Saturday actually. But then we ended up with all of that going on, and it just kind of reeked down here. So I had to put all those plans on hold until I could get all of the water that had come out and all of the other stuff out of the basement, and put a dehumidifier down here. And it kind of just stunk. Trying very carefully to get the brim of this dude's hat too. Nice. All right. Now we'll go ahead and do up some brown for this belt. Like a brown belt's fine. Not seeing anything else that would... It doesn't have a sachet of black leather or anything that I can see. So we're gonna go ahead and do... What should we do? Use like maybe black brown. Just a very dark one. Yeah. Use a very, very dark brown. Hoi hoi. So it's 5 now. I've got about, let's see, yeah, about 5 hours worth of painting to go for today's Stream-a-Paint-a-festa-thon. Where's Calvinoni? He was begging for this a while ago, doing like a very long paint session. I think he was really wanting to do that. That should be good. So we're going to use this particular model anyways as a... I'm going to use him as a test bed, essentially, for the other officers in the group here. I need a little bit more water than what I've got going on in the mix here. Maybe that was a bit too much. Back and forth, back and forth. Where did I put you? Here you go. Sounds like we're probably going to be doing a Let's Play. When we get around to it, we'll be doing a Let's Play of the Halo tabletop game. We'll also be doing a Let's Play of probably Battletech too. So I might have to get in touch with Lawrence over at Dirty Basement Terrain and see if he can help me with creating some cool like scenery and stuff we can add to the table. I've yet to figure out how I'm going to film that. But I think it'll turn out. I think it'll turn out well, anyways. But I was talking to Lawrence over at Dirty Basement like a while back, and I was like, man, I would love to do some tutorial stuff with you on PML. And this might just be the excuse required to kind of finally pull that trigger. Lawrence is just he's a real nice guy. I'd love to have him on, man. I've got a bunch of people that are stacked up in the guest queue to bring onto the show. I've had just like such a fluctuating schedule over the past couple of months that I haven't been able to give enough notice to have a guest on, but it's coming in the future. For PML, we're definitely gonna have some guests over. Nice. I think that's looking pretty good. Nice dark brown belt. We'll add maybe just a little bit of mid-tone to it, I think. What do we got? Dark golden brown. That's transparent brown. Don't really need transparent brown. But like dark umber or something. Doop. Mahogany. That might work. There we go. So I usually like to do this combo with dark umber, light umber on belts and stuff. But I think I'm going to save the light umber actually for the edge highlight color at the end. So if I stick this on there, we'll be sitting pretty. Probably going to want some like, I don't know what this knife is. He's got this weird like triangular knife. I think we're probably going to do that in the silver. The rest of the colors can basically wait after this dude's washed. And that'll be good to go. We'll be good to go with that. Been playing a new to me video game recently that I thought was pretty fun. It's kind of in the realm of nerddom. Battlestar Galactica Deadlock. It's really cool. It's like it's a space-based ship-to-ship kind of combat-y game where you select what you're going to do each turn, and then the like RTS kind of takes over, and your orders are carried out, and then after I think it's like 30 seconds of combat or whatever, then you go back to the drawing board and pick what you're going to have your ship do for the next round, and you have like 160 seconds or whatever to pick your orders for your fleet, and then go and fight the Cylons. And it takes place during the first Cylon War, so kind of that old school Battlestar lore going on there from the original show, which I did start watching at one point. I got through the pilot. I haven't watched any further, but for anybody out there that's kind of interested in, the BSG stuff, I was playing that, and I've really liked it. I've enjoyed it. I do enjoy me some good Battlestar. I thought the old ones are good too. Like, really haven't had anything to complain about the old series either. It's definitely different because I got in with the remake episodes. I don't know what to call them. The reboot. Yeah, there you go. Rebooted series. That was kind of my intro. But I have genuinely enjoyed what I've seen of the older program. Although one that I enjoy some of it, but I'm not as much a huge fan, was like the original Star Trek, and I might get blasted for saying that, but that was just kind of not my cup of tea. The sets were super simple. Like, I know it was kind of ahead of its time though for what they were doing. The sets are kind of simple, and it leaves a bit to the imagination, like a lot to the imagination. Some of the story arcs and things in the original Star Trek, though, were a lot of fun. I mean, don't get me wrong. I enjoy it for what it is. It's just not as much my cup of tea. Some of the later stuff. Blood and Chrome? Oh, no way. I gotta go see that. Bob Jester, thanks for bringing that up. That's super cool, and I want to go and watch that now. I think me and a buddy of mine would probably really enjoy that. We sat through and watched the whole 2000 something remake. I can't remember exactly when that aired, but we watched through the entire thing just back to back for like a couple of weeks. We were even watching it in the break room on our breaks at work. Like, we were invested. we were definitely invested. I'm taking some like real dark red here, and we're gonna start up painting this human heart. How this guy got this thing out of somebody so cleanly, a little bit beyond me. Essentially, most of his hand's going to be red anyways, so maybe be a little bit tough to actually see the heart, but it's going to be the only one that has the mid-tone and highlight on it. Because there's no way you're taking a heart out of somebody and like getting away unscathed, like clean, like a very clean breakaway from the body here. So we'll start with that. We've got our heart kind of based. How would this naturally come about here? Well, yeah, it's going to be a mess. It's going to be a mess. Everything is going to be in the dark, kind of rusty red color here. Because I can't fathom how somebody's going to tear an entire heart out of someone and still be grabbing onto it. I mean, I think there's obviously a bit of a flow path from his, like his hand too. So we're just going to kind of make this entire area red. and it's gonna follow the path of least resistance here, so we'll just bring it all the way down to his cuff where it drips onto the floor. We could maybe even do some blood splatter on his uniform later. Okay. So we've got our... Ooh. Let's see the comment here. It has some ship-to-ship fighting and a great setting on a planet hunting down Cylons. All right. I can get down with some Cylon hunt. All right. Sweet. Okay. What else? We need probably a dark silver for his knife. We're going to leave his hands gray for now. I don't know. Maybe I'll paint him black if he's got gloves on. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But yeah, that movie sounds like quite the humdinger. I would be... Yeah, I'm interested in that. I thought even the remake series, it got a little odd at times. This kid got really, really chubby. And they made a point of that to, like... whole break up the family deal. I don't know. It's like there were some odd points in that show. Overall, I thought it was pretty good though. Worth a watch. I also just wrapped up watching Letterkenny, Canadian kind of sitcom series. It's super hokey, but really funny. I enjoyed that one, and now we start up watching their kind of like second series, Shoresy. What else have I been kind of looking into? Miss PML, her parents recommended watching Corner Gas a while back too. That's another Canadian sitcom that I've heard. I actually heard people talking about that at Claricon, and I was like, oh man. I guess it's good. The Canadians watch it. It must be good. A little bit of water in our mix here. Again, it's all just kind of the basic dark colors of these models that I'm trying to get on them before I do the shadow. Nice. All right, so we've got our knife blocked in. That ought to do it for some of the, I guess, darker colors. His face is another thing I've got to tackle. Let's start off with like we need a kind of a dark color here. I'm gonna go ahead with this dark flesh tone again. Is this the same color I just poured out? I don't think it is. Yeah, that actually is the same color I just poured out. Okay. That's fine. So I'm starting off with a really dark color for the face. The more faces I have done, the more I have realized that the darker shade you start with, the better. And then you just kind of start stippling up to the essentially the lightest colors. Especially with like pink skin tones. This mix is super wet too. Just because I want to keep all of the detail on his face. Instead of like globbing the paint on, I want it to be thin, and I'll just deal with the fact that I have to come back over and do an extra pass, essentially. Sorry, this is off a little bit out of focus here. Yeah, you can see how thin that is. Just gonna let that dry for a minute or two here. Let's get back to our drones for now. We'll come back to General Von Heartthrob here in a couple of minutes. Oh boy, he's asking me these questions. I'm better with faces than I am names, so I'm gonna look them up real quick. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Oh, man. Hey, Bob Jester. I just... What was it, let's see here. Was it... YouTube.
How do you decide between crunchy and soft tacos?
¿Por qué no los dos?
All del paso.
Why not both? Why not both? Yeah. Jeez. I have never been, yeah, they're both of them are stunning actresses, I will admit. Man, did they play their roles to a T, for sure. But why not both? Okay, so, moving on. For our drones here, where did I put that base? Where's that base? Where's that base? Here's our base, okay. So, actually, let's grab the one that I did even earlier. There we go. I did put them in chronological order for a reason. Okay. We're going to get our mini here. Here we are. I'm going to zoom this out just a little bit. Need a little room to work, friends. It's all right, Wheeling Dragon. It's all good. Bob Jester. Yes, both. I've derailed the stream. No, you haven't. I don't think it has rails to start with, Bob Jester. It just starts and then it goes from there. Okay, so let's take out some new paints. I'm super I'm huge on the Monument Hobby stuff. I don't have any of their washes yet. What I do have is this Army Painter Quick Wash stuff. So we're gonna go and we're gonna start with let's see here. For our wash, we want to complement our colors, so we're gonna go with dark tone. This is essentially your basic kind of black, or close to black. We're gonna go with blue tone as well, so we're gonna mix that like 50-50, and we're gonna put it in the goo bath. Yeah, the goo bath. Bob Jester, you're catching on. Oh, Bob Jester. Oh, Bob Jester. Okay. Let me see. Do I have a secondary palette? I thought I had a secondary one that was like kind of just chilling around here. Maybe it's in my bag still. Yep, it is in my bag still. What do you know? Okay, cool. So I've got another palette here. I'm just gonna do this up real quick. I've thought about getting one of those like pop-it things, those little fidget toys. I want to try those out and see how they would be for a palette. But I've been using these. Oh boy, the name is lost on me. Silicone palettes from Turbo Dork. They're super handy because they're small. I can take them like basically everywhere. They're bendy, and I mean that looks like the Pop-It toys they sell at like any store, you know. And like you can pop them out, and like you can get the acrylic once it's dry. You just pop the acrylic off of there. You can see it crack already for the stuff that's dry on there, and just literally take it out. But I've always wanted to kind of experiment with that and see if those like cheap poppy toys would do the same as, you know, this kind of doing the palette part of this. I'm gonna go ahead and change the camera angle here real quick, just so that I can get you guys in here maybe a little closer, and have a bit more comfort, because I'm like, as I get a little bit tired at the painting desk, I end up bringing the model like closer and closer into my chest, and that's just creature comfort stuff, at least on my end. So let's see how that looks. That looks fine to me. Kind of getting a bit more of a over-the-shoulder view now, anyways, which is kind of nice. So I'm going to take my squirty bottle here. We're going to have one of these wells be basically full of water. Just clean, regular clean water in that well. I'm going to go ahead and put these on the shaker in case, because they're brand new paints, I don't want to, I want to make sure that there's no sediment hanging around in there. In the Resurrection Ship, 2 copies of each. Yeah. in the goo bath. Oh, you're talking about that goo bath. Well, I thought you were talking about the paints, because these literally come out like molasses, Bob Jester. I thought you were talking about the paints. Oh, the miscommunication is great. The comedy gold coming out of the stream. Oh, insanity shall be had by the time this is over. It's like I was like, yeah, we're going for the washes. I don't know if he's familiar with them. I was like talking about how they were thick earlier. I thought you were talking about the goo bath, because that's exactly what we're doing next. But you're talking about the goo bath and the resurrection shit. Oh, good Lord. I'll have to. Let's I wonder if I still have that. I wonder if I still have that picture around. Oh man, that's funny. Oh boy, is that funny. Let's see. Yeah. We're just gonna, we'll just toss that up there real quick for Bob Jester being in the chat. Oh, good God. Okay. So we've got blue tone and strong tone here. One is basically black, the other one's blue. So we're going to start with blue. And let's see here, make sure I don't have to take anything out. Okay, yep. All right. And then, yeah, look, let's see if I can pour this so you guys can see. Okay, so this is like, look how thick that wash is. Oh, okay, well, just that's a lot more than I needed, but all right. So, and that's blue. And we can kind of maybe take a quick tester here on the glove and see kind of how that reacts. I mean, it is super thick for a wash. My God. And then, you know, on the glove, what is this going to do? Well, you get, it's definitely blue, all right. You can kind of tell that. It is a little bit dark, but it's mostly blue. So what are we going to do with it? Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do with it. We're going to put a little bit of black in it to darken it down even further. Maybe a couple drops, 2, 3. And I'm hoping what this is going to do is kind of go with the, because gray is black and white, yeah, but also you could throw blue in there and it'd be fine. And it would kind of work out because it's all on the cool side of the color spectrum where all the cool kids hang out. It's definitely a cool vibe going on. So now let's see what happens on the glove. And put that, put some of this on there. We're definitely getting darker. I think we need even more black. I think I'm going to start over and start with black. There we go. If we need to, we can use some of the other mix here. And then put like a drop of, 2 drops of blue to 3 of black. Let's see if that'll suit our fancy here. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Just a hint of blue with a lot of black going on. All right, cool. So we've got our mix going. We can use some of the other stuff if we really want to. Now, the trick with this, essentially, is we're going to have a brush that's almost totally impregnated with this wash. That is like the thickest wash I've ever seen. But yeah, this is what we got. That's how thick you want this. Now we're just going to take one area and we're going to work it around and see how it looks after. But once we start, we can't stop. So I'm going to go with one of the let's go with the rear thruster area first. We'll start there. So yeah, that, you know, it's going on Thickerino right now, Thickums McGee. But let's see here in just a couple of seconds when we start to work this around our model and what kind of will start to happen there. So I'm going to dry off my brush and I'm going to gather up some of the excess that I'm sure that I don't need. This looks like I went just a little bit too heavy in some cases. All right, cool. Now I'm going to go and I'm going to dip my brush in water here, get it saturated too. This is where the varnish is kind of helping me out here. And I'm starting to take it and pull it away from my highlights. And the areas that really don't need the wash. To work kind of quick in some cases here to get it to the places it needs to go. Again, this water is just taking it and like pushing it around. Bringing it to the places it needs to go. And I'm only really wiping to kind of promote that go away from here area. Okay, there we go. Now it's here. But I'm only, just kind of taking and wiping in the areas that I want it to go away from. And I'm going to dry off my brush a little bit and start to get rid of any excess that's pooling in areas it doesn't need to be. I think that's actually pretty good. I wanted it all to kind of fall down to the middle of this, so. Okay, cool. So we're going to let that area dry now. I'm going to bring you guys out a little bit. There we go. And we're going to basically just redo the same technique over the rest of the model here. Okay, right to our clean water, or cleanish now, but into our clean water. Kind of try and get it off of the areas we highlighted. Push it to the places we need it. And start to pluck up some of the excess here. It's not required. And just wipe off my brush onto a paper towel, essentially. Very nice. Okay. So this is working out fine. I wanted to see before I did this if the varnish had enough time to set, and it looks like it has. By the way, thanks for being here, everybody. I appreciate the company while I'm trying to, while I'm finishing out this project here. It is a big one. I'll definitely give it that. And right back to it again with the other ducted engine here. We're just gonna keep saucing all this stuff around as much as we possibly can. Off the brush on the Mini. Very cool. I'm gonna grab a little bit of water here. Start to get rid of it on places I don't want it. Mainly these kind of top areas here. Maybe just a little bit around that highlight. Circles are a bit harder to do with this technique. It's not impossible though. Okay. Very nice. I think that's going to add some nice depth there. This guy still needs some more time to dry. I'm gonna need a lot on the rest of this though. Okay, we'll make sure to get all the way around his antenna. In the back of the Mini too. Keep the brush like totally loaded the whole time with this. Basically everywhere is going to need this wash. Dip into our reserve supply here a little bit. Okay. We have a little bit of color variance with the blue. That's A-okay. Now we're gonna start pushing away the wash from our highlight area at the top here, a little bit over there, top over here. I picked out some areas purposefully. And I want to keep kind of in the highlight area. The rest of this is actually kind of not bad. There we go. Maybe a little bit less there. Kind of just controlling where I want this to fall again. I'm just continuously inspecting this. I mean, I think I kind of like where that's going. It looks wet. It's really wet, but like, it's not bad. So there you have it. Kind of a fun wash technique to get you some very interesting shadows that you can actually kind of mold and play with on your Mini as you paint it up. So I'm going to get this guy off the stand. We'll come back to you later and see how everything fared with you. I'm hoping that everything managed to set in a good amount of time. It was definitely dry. Let's take one of our rocket troopers. This guy is going to need a totally different wash altogether. So we'll just kind of demonstrate that all over again. How's it going, Frost and Fist? What's going on? Hey, how you doing, man? We're doing some active washing on some drones for Wolfenstein. I know you're kind of the 40K guy, but this was my pass at active washing with Kenny the other day, and doing contrast and active wash stuff. And this guy turned out really well. I went with a green style on him. But yeah, I thought you'd like to see one Space Marine on Paint Minis Live And it turned out actually really well. Like, dude looks pretty good, mean and green. So we're trying out the same technique with a lot of the Wolfenstein stuff here today. For this, we're going to go ahead and probably start with brown as our kind of base color. Maybe red. Brown and red sounds good for these guys. Got 2 of them to do up. We go... Let's do like mid-brown and red tone. And we'll see what happens. Hey, thanks. Thanks, Mythos. How's it going? Asks Wheeling Dragon. It goes. So far, so good. We're trucking away. I'm gonna see how this initial drone fares, just to make sure that our varnish stuck well and it didn't let the paint, flake off or anything like that. And then I'll move on to doing the rest of them up if our matte varnish is set in enough. Thanks for the compliment there, Mythos. Much appreciated. Okay. So we've got the quick shade mid-brown, and then we're going with red tone on the shaker. Let's start with a base of this. We got 4 drops of mid-brown. Let's see what this comes out as. It's definitely brown, yeah. Kind of hard to see on the glove, but yeah, it's brown, all right. Gonna go ahead and get me a new little area of clean water here to manipulate the wash around with. That way I'm not color mixing between blue and brown. Okay. And then we have a couple drops of red maybe in there too. Okay. Cool. Here we go. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear you got a cold. Oof, I was out with some shenanigans earlier. A couple of weeks ago, just like right before Christmas, basically, I was out with that. Oof, it was no bueno. I do not envy you, good sir. And I hope you feel better soon. Okay, so we've got our boy here. We're gonna bring him to the goo bath for Bob with our wash here. I'm gonna start with his head. We're gonna get a good amount all over this helmet here. Get that off, and then we go with just some straight water here. I'm going to start trying to pull that down into the center, or like towards the bottom of his head. Now I'm going to remove a little bit because I put on a bit too much. Just from kind of where it's starting to sink into crevice. Just kind of plucking it away with the capillary action of my brush until I'm kind of satisfied with how much is there. To be honest, I'm okay with that. I think that looks fine. But we still maintained like the really nice highlight on top. I'll let you zoom in so you can see what it looks like when it's wet. But yeah, you can kind of see how It's all pooled now at the bottom as I've used the water to kind of push it out of the way. Maybe a little bit too much there. There we go. It's a little bit better. But yeah. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. And now we're going to do that basically to the rest of the model. Or the next two models, I should say. Okay, now switch the water parts. I'm just going to pull some of it out of there. It's a little bit at a time. Okay. I'm going to do his shoulder pads. It's just kind of work your way around it now at this point. It gets a little, like, concentration intensive, though, trying to make sure it's not running away totally on you, which can be a little difficult. But it's not really all that bad once you get in the groove of it. It's pretty easy process to do. The varnishing takes a little bit of time, I will admit. Like, that's something that's an extra step, but it definitely brings a lot of depth. I'm just using, again, a little bit of water to push that wash back down on either side of this guy's shoulder. Apply goo with libulous amounts of grace and... Nice. Thanks, Bob. Oh, boy. Thankfully, I'm usually not down for colds very long. 2 days, I'm feeling mostly better. My wife and kiddos, though, they had it worse. Oof. Oh, man, you had the family-size version of the, of your ailment, huh? Oof. That's no bueno. That's definitely no bueno. Just a little bit of water here. I want this to run a little bit. There we go. I mean, look at it. Look at how this is drying. I mean, if I can get this in focus. I mean, look how that. Sure, it does tint it a little bit, but like the way that this dries, it's a really cool kind of effect you can pull off when it comes to making the dark stuff a little bit darker. All right. Very thankful that I haven't gotten sick for several months now. Yeah. There you go. It's definitely no bueno. Definitely no bueno. I mean, that cold that I had me out for, like, it was like Friday I left work, and then I didn't have a weekend. It was just getting sick. That was no fun. And Mythos, I hope you fare it out real soon there, buddy. It's like I've seen a couple coworkers get pretty sick too over the last couple of weeks. It's like it's just going around. It's going around. I know it. I still think like I might be a little bit tinfoily here, but I still think that like there's a lot of people that have, you know, their immune systems are still being rebuilt after the whole COVID pandemic, and we were masked up and really sanitary for a while. Like I think that's, you know, I think there's a lot of germs being spread partially from that too. Or not being spread, but just there's a lot of germs that we wouldn't have had as much of a hard time with had that not been the case. Okay, we're gonna get a little bit of water. Sorry, folks. We'll get back to the chat here in just a minute. I'm just trying to make sure this guy's backpack looks uniform with all of the wash that's going on here. It's kind of like uniformity is the name of this game. Now you can really kind of see that. Man, I wish... What is going on with the focus here? All right. There we go. I think it's just right in that range where it has a little bit of trouble with the focus on the camera there, but as you can see, it's kind of leaving nice spots of our wash as compared to kind of what you see below. There was that before the wash. After the wash looks a heck of a lot better, in my opinion. Okay. Switch out right back to the clean water again and start to kind of pull this, manipulate it around to places I want to be dark. Maybe pull a little bit out from his knee though, knee joint. Okay. This other leg's kind of the more important one, to be honest. Let's see here. That's not half bad. We'll take a little bit away from his back of his leg here. Okay. Might even use some of this blue wash on his gloves. That'd be fun. Some of the, you just do it all over his gun too, may as well. Okay, cool. I think that's all she wrote for that guy. We'll come check back in a couple of minutes and see, come see what transpired with him. I'm gonna check the chat though, because I haven't seen, your guys' messages. I gotta check it out. Okay. Oh, so with that beautiful Space Marine, full dragon themed Paint Minis Live Salamanders army coming to the channel. see. We'll have to see, man. We'll explore. We'll explore all options here at PML. Nothing is truly off the table. When it comes to that. Okay. Let's get you back on your Standicus here. That is our drone. That was so nice and bright and beautiful, and now it looks quite wonderful. I'm not gonna lie, like it definitely gets dulled down by this, but we'll re-add some of those highlights back in. But there still is like a good gradient here to be had between some of these parts. So I'm gonna keep working on this technique, though. I think these guys are gonna turn out great. You got a little schmutz on your gum there, okay. So we'll grab our other dude here, our other rocket trooper, and kind of just do the same thing. Yeah, I don't know. Salamander's army, man. Salamander's army would be interesting. I've seen some really good Salamander's armies out there, though. And I don't know, maybe I could maybe I could. I don't know. I'd have to go and like find some eBay rescue Space Marines maybe and like go for that. That would be kind of cool, though. The PML chapter of Salamanders. Plus, Salamanders are like, they're really good guys in the lore of 40K. They're like trying to help civilians and stuff, where all the other ones are kind of like, oh no, you're just kind of worthless. In the grim dark future, there's only grimness. Man, this camera is just struggling with the focus here. There we go. I think it's something to do with apertures or whatever. I'm really not a cinematographer. I'm a painter. I'm sorry, it's my hobby. Joking aside, I barely know how to use this camera. I know how to use its like basic functionality. It gets the job done though, and that was kind of what I needed. I have no clue what an f-stop is. And at this point I'm too afraid to ask. But anybody knows that meme. Likes to fly around the internet every now and then. mix up a little bit more wash. And then we'll just kind of speed run the drones, bring them back up to color, and call that phase of it good. We still have Sergeant Hartman and his lovely Hartsfeld band over here are kind of, yeah, definitely, our sergeant guy who has literally taken out somebody's human heart. We're going to wash him off, too, with the same kind of technique, but yeah, I don't think that guy's gotten a spritz of varnish on him yet, too. So, say Mythos, how's the work going on your custodians? Your roadie custodies? At least that was the picture that I saw. They were roadie custodies because we brought them to a hotel to paint them too. We were on the road with you. Roadie custodies. Ba-dum-bum. Oh, now that's true. Definitely water transfer decal PML dragons. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I will admit that'd be pretty cool. I could get with that. The custodians are going slowly because been working on some white scars and blood angels I got for Christmas. Man, yeah, I hear you. There you go. Those would be a lot of fun. The red on the blood angels. That's always a good time to paint. Because red's my favorite color. Not gonna lie, I love red. It's like, what the heck? A little bit of. Okay. Just gonna get the wash off the bottom of the backpack here so it remains kind of white. And I think this guy needs his legs done and we're good to go. Let's see how, since we are transitioning on to other parts of this guy's, ooh, hello. Hello, friends. Go flying off on me there, camera. I need you to work. Yeah, so as you know, this guy's getting to a point where he's getting drier and drier, and kind of you can really see the wash and the way that it's working out with this guy. More so now. It's really quite an interesting technique with these Army Painter quick washes, and how that ends up just kind of giving a ton of depth to this. And I mean, you could probably do this with like other stuff too. Maybe Reichland Flesh Shade or something. If you're doing the GW range, you could probably run with that. I'm not sure about like Monument Hobbies washes. That'd be like a whole different story. I would have to really try that out on my own and see how that would work out. Do up the other leg, and we should be home free for the last bit of these rocket troopers here. Starting to really get into the grind zone. Okay. So, now we're just going to do quick little bits of manipulation here. And try and keep some of our colors around. Yeah, I think that'll work out just fine. Okay. Gold beans. Oh wait, forgot to do the blue. What am I, a madman? I am a madman, what do you know? So this was the same kind of, the failed drone wash that I made that was a bit too blue. We're putting it on his gun and his gloves. Just kind of all over the place on this bad boy. Anything that's kind of gray is getting this blue wash on it. I think that should be just fine. Just try and pull it off of his hands. His gun can get as dark as it like, though. I'm not really concerned about that. So wait. Off to the rest of our drones here. I'm going to remake that same combo used earlier with the black and blue together. That worked out pretty well for the drones. Boy. Sitting at 6:30. I'm going for 3.5 hours. Looking for it. Oh, it must already be out here. Let's see. That's brown. That's red. Oh, right in front of me. Okay. They started with the black and then added some blue to it. So that is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna make just a kind of a mess of this at this point. Okay. Yeah, that looks pretty similar to the last one we used. Okay. Now on for the drones. I'm going to take a whole bunch like we did with the last guy. I'm going to take a whole bunch and just start working our way around our mini here. I'm just stippling it in. Okay. Right off to the next one. It's kind of funny, just, you know, a little thought sprung into my head. I've been asking the folks that would, you know, have watched it, but the Rings of Power show, I've been getting a lot of mixed stuff coming out of that. Some people love it, some people hate it. It's been kind of wild seeing some of the reactions to that. Like, the family was like, yeah, you should definitely go watch it. You're a Lord of the Rings nerd. Like, it's great. And then other people are like, yeah, this makes no sense. They just kind of used the IP to use it and left, you know, left the good stuff out that should have been there. Kind of, sort of, is what I've gathered so far. I've been contemplating watching a little bit of it, but I don't know. It seems kind of like an insult to, if you were just gonna take the IP name just for Lord of the Rings and then like run with it and like strip all of the actual material from the original stuff out. Sounds like something they do in Congress. Like, let's make a bill, but then strip all of it out, and then, like, I don't know, we'll just, like, fill it back up with stuff for, I don't know, like a sewer project. That, you know, the bill was supposed to be a sewer project, and now it's a like a pay raise or something. I don't know. It seems a little not so great. It's a lot of this that pulled up under here. Boop. All right. And we're kind of just down to the body here. Really bad fanfic. It's a loader. It's nice. Hey, thanks for the compliment there, Mythos. I appreciate it. With the about the wash combo. Let's see here. Exactly like Conquerors. Yeah. I don't get it. I don't get it. I think I'm gonna watch the first episode and just give it a shot. I'm just gonna give it a shot. If it sucks, it sucks. No, you know, it's an hour or two of my time wasted. Like I'm not that an hour-ish of my time wasted. I'm not that like worried about, I suppose, but it seems like that would be like a super dastardly thing to do. I couldn't. Oh. Okay, so I've got all my wash on here. I'm just gonna, again, start to push that away from my highlight areas here. Do tend to need a bit of water to really get this stuff to run where it should go. And you've got to like switch it between wet and dry. It seems like that's kind of the tactic here, is just switch wet, dry, back, forth, back, forth. Because ultimately what you want to do is just protect the areas that you highlighted and leave the spots that are dark. Or that should be dark anyways. By either drying up the wash or like wetting it too. And the rest of that's looking just fine to me anyways. So maybe you can scoochy on over a little bit there. You could probably scoochy a little bit with this channel, this like panel here. There we go. Cool. On to the next one we go. Let's check up on this other guy again, see how much progress the drying is made. Oh yeah. Yeah, that ain't looking half bad. They do take a while to dry because you're adding so much like liquid in this process, but dang, does it look pretty. This guy's almost like completely dry now and ready for more paint, but man, it really does work. beams. Sometimes you don't even need to like manipulate it out of there. I'm kind of realizing that like if you just spread it around, you just kind of spread it around with the right amount, you can kind of get it to pull into crevices rather than having to push it with the water quite as much. That's not a bad little learn as we go thing going on here. All right. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these drones left. I think we'll be just fine. I'm gonna make sure I keep the pace up here. More or less worried about like the central body thing here. That's kind of all right. Sorry, the lack of communication here. Just a little bit. I'm trying to start speedrunning these guys a little bit, and make sure I don't lose any of the detail around. There we go. All right. So that's looking pretty good to me. We could probably get that guy, get the next guy on the stand here. Read him his oath. Put him on the stand. Is it? Yeah, like Probably get back to the chat too here. Zoned out for a hot second. It really kind of look like... It'll kind of look like Lord of the Rings, but from what I've heard, they've got Gladriel completely wrong. She was never a warrior, although ROP enthusiasts like to pretend that Tolkien said she was. Okay. Okay. I mean, isn't Rings of Power based off of, like, the Silmarillion? If I remember right. Like, isn't that part of that whole dig? Is that it's, like, part of this, yeah, like the Silmarillion or something. I can't quite remember. Because I know there was the, you know, the usual Lord of the Rings suspects where it was, Fellowship of the Ring, the Two Towers, and then Return of the King. Like that was a three-parter, but then he had the Silmarillion, which was a bunch of like folklore and other things, and his kid kind of took that and ran with it, and put it all together into a cohesive, somewhat story. Or is the Rings of Power its like own separate book? I'm not sure. I think I had somebody explain this to me once, and I just said, I don't know. It did not catch like it should have. Just gonna get a little bit of this wash out of some of these areas here. Some of it honestly needs more, but I can take it from other places and put it there. I'm like a washing machine over here. Wait, that's an actual machine, not something you could use with that phrase. I'm a washing machine. Look at me. Look, I do socks too. There was a rights IP issue with everything Jackson used in his movies, leaving the... Really? Huh. Okay. Man, companies with their rights and their IPs and their... Gotta ruin all the creative good stuff, don't we? Okay, we need a little bit of water here to recapture some of our highlight that we've got. Kind of just continuously keep moving my brush around here, getting at the bits and pieces that I'd like to change. Switching back and forth between wet and dry. Nice. All right. Do it for another one. That's 3. I'm surprised some of these TV shows get like greenlit. You know, it's like you decided to put this dumpster fire out into the world. What were you expecting would happen? Were you expecting a total money maker, mega cultural hit of 2024 with your shenanigans? Are you expecting to just barely recoup your losses? Like, some of these things don't add up. They really don't add up. I have seen it before. Shows that go bunk like that, they go bunk in the night. Here we go with another one. How many more of these do I have left? It's about 7 now. Okay. If I can get all of these drones done, I'm going to be happy. Like, these drones are kind of the bane of my existence now. I think the rest of these are, not going to be quite as hard as the drones. The drones require love and care and affection, just like those B-1 battle droids in Star Wars. You think like half of them, you could just, if you gave them a hug, they'd be happy. Or maybe that's just me. I'm not sure. I'm a little weird. Could be just me. But, yeah. Kind of feeling a little bit like that over here. They need a little bit of TLC. I don't think the players are really going to look at these for too long, but I think when they get like set out on the board, they're going to be, probably the first thing the player sees enemy wise is going to be these drones. I don't think they're like a very powerful enemy, but they're definitely they're definitely something the player is going to be looking at when, like, first introduced to the game. Which makes me want to make sure that these drones are done well, because it's going to be the first piece of my art that they see. I'd like them to see something well done. I'm gonna need these two again. Thanks again, everyone, for joining me for the first ever Paint Minis live Stream-a-festa-paint-a-thon. It's been a lot of fun today talking with everybody and, kind of recouping after the holidays, seeing how how everyone's been doing. I'll probably be restarting the workout stream sometime soon here in the not too distant future. Just because those are actually quite fun. I enjoyed meeting all of the interesting people that would show up just out of the blue, like from Africa or just all over the world that would get sent, like the algorithm would send them there. I don't know if the algorithm has like a fitness fetish or what, but it's I thought it was kind of fun. So I'm probably gonna restart those. Not only that, but I've been getting really quite a bit healthier doing those. So I'd like to kind of keep that up. And so I'll be restarting those probably sometime next week. Just with the holidays and stuff, I've been, I took Friday to myself. Saturday it was, again with having the toilet back up down here, that stunk. And like literally in the, that made the entire basement stink. So I was like kind of not about that for doing streaming yesterday, but I was, just kind of taking a little bit of time the weekend for myself here and getting it all sorted, so to speak, when it comes to balancing out life and painting and all the other good stuff. Yeah, I'm thinking next week, probably a couple of streams next week when it comes to painting. I'm going to loosen it up just a little bit to have a little time to myself here at home. And then we'll kind of go back to our kind of stretches where I'm back in the studio again. We had so much going on during the holidays. Oh. The amount of stress. That was nuts. I don't know if anybody else has like that. I need a vacation from my vacation feeling after the holidays, but boy, I'm telling you. I definitely had some of that going on after this season's holidays this year. It wasn't anything special. It was just like a lot of traveling to see family traveling a lot to see us, all kinds of good stuff. Again, nothing bad, just a lot. It's a lot to do. Alright. It's another drone knocked off the bucket list, but because the things are shaped like buckets. Okay, maybe that wasn't quite the hit I was looking for. Late nights, in-laws, traveling to grandmother's, yeah. Over the Hill and Through the Woods is definitely, as I'm getting older, I'm relating to that song more and more. It's like, holy man, it really is over the hills and through the woods. And 18 hours in the car we go. Lots of fun, wholesome, but tiring things for sure. Yeah. I enjoyed every minute of it, don't get me wrong. I had a great time, but Just would like a little R&R to happen. How long we been going? 4 hours? All right. We can keep it up. All right. The assembly line painting, man. I would kind of like. I definitely don't mind doing some assembly line stuff. But I need to throw a hero or something in with these at some point. Just a little bit of distraction from all of the same repetitive motion. Okay, cool. Let me just make sure that it's sticking to this. Okay. I want to make sure the music was sticking to the same playlist, because I know I won't get like any strikes for the music going on in the background. I know that sometimes Spotify likes to have its own idea of things to play for entertainment purposes that don't line up with all the T's and C's over on the YouTube side of stuff. Okay. I don't know how to do it. Get some water on our brush to protect our highlights, and this guy will be out to the races here pretty quick. good enough for me, I think. 2 more, and then should be good to go. What's going on, Wheelin' Dragon? How much have you missed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. About 5 drones. That and we're all kind of on the same step. It's just kind of assembly line painting here with these guys. It's not, nothing crazy. It's a marathon at this point. It's just about making sure we're keeping pace. Although if you want to see, here's the one that we did at the start. We did a couple other trooper guys too, but here's our there we are. Here's our current kind of state of affairs with this guy. Did get quite a bit darker, but like we're gonna bring that back into shape here pretty quick. The little soft highlights, L'Oreal Paris treatment going on over here. Yeah. It's a labor of love, these drones. I'm telling you, a labor of love. You really gotta give them that good drone love thing. Feel like I need to turn that into a T-shirt. Give it the good drone loving. Or instead of Mick loving, just drone loving. There we go. I'm getting quicker and quicker at this technique here. We'll say it does take some practice. Oh boy, how did I totally forget to back you up a little bit, buddy? Good lord. Persocom. There you go. Yeah. A joy toy. I totally forgot about Cyberpunk, man. Oh boy. The love scene in the love hotel was weird to me, man. That was real weird. I had my fill of I was like, what? This machine, it wants, why is it doing this? You know, machine, there are better ways. You don't have to put on the red lace. It was wow, what a trip that game was though. Cyberpunk, man, wow. I really want to pick up. It's kind of funny. I'm talking about my own store, but like I want to pick up a copy of the Cyberpunk 2077 RPG through PML. It's kind of funny because like when you start doing books on like for business stuff, you can't really just like take stuff. You gotta like actually write it down for tax purposes. And it's like really weird. It's like I have to go and buy it through the business and then like put that on the books. It's weird. I don't quite get it, but I try to follow the rules. They tells me I gotta do it, so I do it, but it's like, all right, I was just gonna get this book for myself, but I get it. Uncle Sam needs to make sure he's making his money. I can't imagine some of the weird stuff accountants have to go through. Oh, same. Gotcha. I have to admit, blue with gray was really a decent choice for this. I am happy I went down that path. I was a little bit I was a little bit worried at first. That blue would look really weird with this, but it's actually working out pretty well. I don't have too many complaints so far. Kind of just using this water, using the water trick and kind of back and forth between wet, dry seems to be working out pretty well with getting this where I need it to go. I've gotten a little heavy a couple places, but let me just tidy that up a little bit. Bring back out our highlights a little. Some of these areas. The rest of it, I just wanted it darker, I guess. It's kind of, but I do want to retain some of the highlights we put in there just a little bit. All right. Is that our last one? Oh, no, there's still one more. I forgot I put it down here. It was like, is the torture done? No, we're doing it again. What else? What else can I blab about for like another while? Started at 3. I might have to consider like going to get something to eat at some point. I did eat a little bit before I came down here, but I might have to go grab a snack or something at some point. That might not be a bad idea. Probably use some more water too. Gotta stay hydrated while we paint. If our paint has to stay hydrated, so do we. That's another good rule of thumb, I suppose. I was watching some of Hexedpress's stuff the other day. That dude makes some cool like role-playing game module stuff. And I forget the name of the software he's got, but man, is that like look like a powerhouse. It's really cool. It's like it looks better in my opinion than Microsoft Publisher, but He's working on. He does like a lot of modules and stuff. It's really cool. Oh, that's right. I watched season 2 of Squid Games too. That was a trip. I thoroughly enjoyed myself watching that. I binged that thing over the course of one night. I started and I just couldn't stop. I really couldn't stop. It was so good though. Holy man. Apparently they're making a season 3, and the cliffhanger for this season's actually pretty good. It's definitely different than the original one, in many regards, but I liked it for its own reasons. It's like, you know, some of the Star Wars stuff, there's some people that really like the original stuff, and then there's people who really like the new stuff. I like this one for its own reasons, but it's definitely it's a different flavor of Squid Game, for sure. They went a bit more heady this season. You know, a lot of more mental gymnastics stuff going on here. I found that quite entertaining, but also like really disturbing. More so disturbing than the original was like a lot of shock value stuff. This was very much so in your head, and it creeped me out real good. Not sure if anybody else is kind of into the Squid Game stuff, but if you've seen the second season, I think it came out not that long ago, basically right after Christmas, I think it came out. I'm hoping to see Nosferatu as well sometime soon. Like that film looks really good. I want to go see it. I know it's like a remake of a really old horror movie. Miss PML wants to watch the original before we go, and I think that would be like a good idea. Whatever actor they've found to play that guy is creepy. the original Nosferatu. Holy man. Hide your kids, hide your wife. Nosferatu's in town. The first season of Squid Games is on your to-do list there, Frost and Fist, yeah. Oh man, you're in for it. It's good. It's good. I'm excited to hear your review. It's kind of funny. The air compressor in the studio here is basically like my pet. It's like a pet dog. It wanders where it wants to, and then eventually it'll like come and you'll feel it kick on, and it's like right at your leg because the floors in here are like vinyl and it's kind of slippery, and it likes to just do its thing in like right next to me. Goes after my leg, if you know what I mean. Doing this off camera again. There we go. Yeah, again, it's just like over the course of a paint session, the workpiece gets slowly like more and more like, closer to me. It's just eye strain at a certain point. All right. So I think that's the last drone that we have. Once those guys are dried, we can toss a little OSL on their eyes and call it good. I don't think I ever varnished you, Mr. Bloody Dude. What else we got? Yeah, that came out pretty well. All right, so we've got the wash part of this done. Next little bit here, we're gonna throw on yeah, we may as well just do the OSL part on the ones that are already dry, because it seems like, well, it seems like they actually do need a bit more time. Some of the other ones anyways. Here we go. Okay. We'll varnish this guy at least and get him prepped and ready for his bath of joy and wonderment. I think you and a friend of mine would have a lot to agree on there, Mythos. The big Star Wars nerd. I don't know if you saw this little piece of kit yet. I'm not sure if you were here for the introduction of this new tool. Miss PML decided to splurge me this Christmas with the new model Infinity CR Plus from Harder and Steenbeck. And the internals on this bad boy are all made out of titanium. And it's kind of nuts. Like the paint, it cleans itself. It's like stainless steel. It's pretty nuts. But I've been kind of getting used to that. It's quite an airbrush. If you're in the market for one in the future, man, I can't recommend that bad boy enough. It's been fun so far. Okay, we're gonna get some matte varnish here. Throw it through the airbrush. I don't think we need anything too crazy, just a little bit. Okay, cool. All right, that guy's got his varnish on, so we can wash him later. It's 7:30, and I'm hungry. I think I'm gonna go like grab me a snack, and I'll come back down. What I really need is like a I'm away for a minute like little card. Feel like that'd be something I should probably do and give. But yeah, he'll go perfectly in my menu. Yeah, that's for sure. And cheap. Well, I mean, you got like a compressor, right? What kind of airbrush do you usually work with, Mythos? Do. Iwata. Gotcha. Iwata makes good stuff, man. They do. I don't know what they got going on over there in Iwata land, but they do make some good stuff. Do you use like an Eclipse? Something like that? A lot of people go for the Eclipse. All right. So we've got airbrushes cleaned. Got varnish on our general dude with the plucked out heart. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more minis that are like primed and ready for their paint. 6, 7, about 7 need some paint and love. And then we should be basically done with this batch. And then it's just back to prime time all over again for another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 minis-ish. I mean, that feels like a pretty large accomplishment. Yeah, the Eclipse is... Yeah, it's a good airbrush. It's really good. That one's like... I think there's like... It's got a cult following. If I have some spare cash in the future, I really should pick one up and just kind of like see what the buzz is about. The only reason I went with Harder and Steinbeck was because that was the only thing my local game shop carried. They carried a starter pack with like a start airbrushing kind of pack, but it was with a Harder and Steinbeck Ultra. Was the first airbrush I ever laid my hands on. It was a lot of fun. I had a good time with that. I hooked it up to my dad's old pancake compressor, and like away we went. I didn't even know about like half the stuff that I did. I just started spraying with it. Kind of fell in love real quick. That's when I started picking up bigger models like Helldrakes and stuff, because I was like, oh yeah, I can paint that in no time instead of having to do it with a brush. We got 5 live chat lounge cats in here. Thank you all for being here to the, being at the first ever Stream-a-festa-paint-a-thon. Going on hour 4.5 here of painting. We have done up some lovely pieces. I'm super impressed with how these rocket troopers came out. Like these guys really came out well. After the wash step, let's see if moving these pallets out of the way would kind of give the camera a bit more of a cue as to what I wanted to look at here. Nope, it just wants it out here. Okay. But yeah, they did turn out pretty well. I think those guys are probably some of my favorites so far. But I'll be back here in a minute. I'm gonna grab me a quick snack. I'm gonna go refill my my agua, my hydration container, and we'll keep on trucking with some more officers. I think there's a couple of there's a mad scientist and a couple of space marines. Not like space marines like this kind of space marine. It's a space marine like Wolfenstein. Space Marine. he's like a space trooper compared to this dude. Like the guardsman versus the actual Space Marine. All right, I'll see you guys in just a minute here. I'll probably throw up. Let's see here. Go back to design, maybe? Nope. Captions, yeah, there we go. Boop. We'll be right back. All right, all right. Hello, hello. We've got 6 live chat lounge cats going on in the stream so far. Luna Troopa. Yeah, I hear that. Bought a couple from Badger. Always have clogging problems with them. Yeah. I don't know, Badger, man. I haven't really tested out any of their stuff either. I have no clue. I'd love to test out some different airbrushes too. Like, I mean, there's good manufacturers out here with their stuff. Their quality, they're expensive though. Sometimes it's hard to justify, you know, dropping some of that hard-earned dough on something you're gonna test out and maybe like, maybe not like. I'm just at this point. I'm just kind of waiting for these drones to look like they're done. To look like they're done drying, and then I think we're basically kind of just on to kind of redoing some of their highlight, and we should be good to go. At least with that set. We're about almost 5 hours into the painting session there, Spartan Nerd. Speaking of Spartan Nerd Gaming, what you gonna stream next, buddy? I always excited to hear what your plans are for that. Yeah, like we've got some good progress though. I'll show you some shots since we've got some newcomers. So these are our drones that we've been working on. They just got done with their love bath of wash. I think they're kind of coming out so far so good. Super kind of dark, and then we have our rocket troopers here that we did up too. I've shown these off a couple of times. Oop. Keep forgetting I don't have my camera mirrored. I think these guys just really came out well. So yeah, those are our rocket troopers. And Frost and Fist was like, man, you got to make a Salamander's army out of this guy. Like, just a whole bunch of these dudes. To do them, like, with the Paint Minis Live Dragon as, like, a water transfer decal. Heck yeah. I could see it. I'll definitely have to... I'll definitely have to consider that as a thing. That Space Marine really did turn out quite well. With that being said, we've got a whole bunch of like officers here, and we have a mad scientist. Mad scientist, I think, could be kind of fun to paint before I call it quits. We ordered some food. That was a cool mini. The Space Marine guy. Everybody likes the Space Marine. I'm gonna call him like Jolly Todd or something like that. The Jolly Green Giant. Yeah, everybody likes the Space Marine. I'm definitely gonna make more of these. I think it was fun to do. It's also like the contrast on them is I think turned out quite well. But yeah, we've got this mad scientist dude, like, and I ordered some food to show up here at the casa. So I think once that shows up, I'm probably gonna call it a night. Like, I mean, I know there's always more to do, but yeah, I'm starting to realize just how long a paint-a-stream-a-thon can be before I end up start losing my wits here. And it's kind of like playing a guitar or like an instrument or something, really. Like, you know, if you're when you're doing this kind of stuff, like, not only you've got like eye strain going on and you're trying to keep a stable position while you're painting stuff. But then, just the, I can only do so much before I like got to get up and, do something else for a little bit and come back. But then I'd have to recreate the whole stream, start all over again. So it's just a little bit easier for me to, call it quits. And like, I heard, what was that? What's the phrase, especially like in the guitar world? Good practice is good practice, bad practice is bad practice. Like if you're not feeling it and you're practicing terribly, it's just making you worse. But if you're practicing well, you're getting better at your art form. And, I don't want to get worse at what I do, so well, hey, enjoy your gaming there, Bob Jester. Thanks for hanging out with me. I do appreciate it. Always good to see you. Thanks. The yellow guy. Yeah, the rocket troopers. Heck yeah, they're my favorite too. Have fun gaming there tonight, and I hope to hear all about it when you come back, and the next time we see each other. But yeah, take care, Bob Jester. Have fun. All right. Let's start off on our mad scientist, shall we? I'll get on with him. So I'm thinking we're going to kind of... The legs are definitely not going to be black. I am kind of sick of doing black paint jobs, and this guy looks like he could very well be... He's definitely a doctor, so we're going to make this is going to be the fun part here. We're going to start adding colors. So he's going to be like in that weird like surgeon's blue for sure. I don't even know if this guy's a character in the game, but this is what we're doing. So we've got Jade. Let me see. I thought I had like a teal. Okay, so we got Jade and Bright Jade for this guy's just as like outfit. We're going to do that. The legs are going to be... we're going to do those maybe the same way we did the super soldiers because that turned out pretty good. So we'll use silver and we'll use probably dark silver, to be honest, too, wherever I set that one. My paints tend to run around on me a little bit. Okay, yeah, so dark silver and silver for the legs. We'll probably end up with some other shenanigans going on. He's got like a bone saw, too, so that'll be entertaining to kind of figure out. Maybe we'll do like this little, I think it's like a well of drugs or something, a well of liquid nasty. So I guess we'll make that like, we'll do some like glowing green OSL or something with like, maybe we'll go like yellow green and bright yellow green. I mean, they're the same name and whatnot, but we'll do that for like his backpack part, and we'll just have a heyday with this. We'll add some color. All these like really dark, just monochrome paint jobs going on. We need to spice it up with some colorino here, and that is what we're gonna do. Yeah, again, whenever that food gets here, I think I'm just gonna dip. I'm hungry. Let's start with his outfit, I think, because we can go over a lighter color easier with a darker color. That silver will take care of that for us if we want to. We'll throw some flow improver in the pot. Let's zoom us out a little bit. Boop, boop. That should do it. We don't need a ton. I'm going to throw this Jade on the paint shaker real quick. If you're still in here there, Spartan Nerd Gaming, I was telling everybody how I was playing Battlestar Galactica Deadlock with you before the stream. I would like to do so after. It's like a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Oh, and the be right back thing should probably like Yeah, there we go. We are back. That's what's going on. But we can put up our banner too. May as well. Let's see all of the fun friends of PML, like Frost and Fist, who is in the stream. The Dungeon Delver, RPG Grandma, the Dungeon Minister, Shadow and Sun, Bow Paints Minis, Hound's Armory, Lightmane, James F. Keck Games, Bear the Genx GM, D&Disability, Hexedpress, Dirty Basement Terrain, the Redcaps Podcast, Bandits Keeps, and Mage's Musings. Man, we have a lot of friends. And boy, is it good. All right. So, we're going to throw just a couple drops of this jade in the color cup. In my spongeola. Okay. Oh yeah, heck yeah, I sure do, and I will. And no problem there, Mythos. So we're just gonna base this guy basically in this jade color. Man, does he look absolutely insane though. Whoever sculpted this had a streak for insanity, like hardcore. Yeah, there we go. That's kind of what I'm looking for. Like super medical garb looking crazy man. Okay, cool. So now we got that. Let's see here. Don't want to miss a little spot over here. I feel like I don't know what a surgeon's apron would look like. I mean, what does a surgeon's apron look like? Let's see. I feel like it'd be white. Yeah, it's white. Yeah, okay. So we'll just kind of follow that rabbit hole down. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick color change out here. Just kind of a partial one, I think. I'm just going to... We can leave this same blue in here. That's all right. A little bit of flow improver, and then we'll move on to bright shade for the kind of highlights on this guy's weird medical gown. I think that's not a bad idea. And just do a little highlight kind of from the top. Nothing crazy. Pun intended, since he's a mad scientist. Go. That'll do it. We're moving right along. Just gonna give this a quick mix. Kind of brightening up a couple areas around him here. Leaving some of it that original color though. Now we have our super crazy mad scientist dude finally kind of taking form here. Give you a nice little close up. Yeah. That medical blue kind of, yeah, definitely getting that with this. We'll add a little bit of highlight here too. There we go. All right. So yeah, now he's definitely got the medical scrub look down. Nice. Okay. Yeah, that definitely, that color combo is now the scrub recipe for the rest of my living days. A little jade, a little bright jade, throw it together, not bad. Okay. Now we're gonna work on. I think we're gonna work on his legs. We could probably spray down his apron at some point here. I just don't want to get it all over the other stuff. I think... Do I even have my silly putty out? I think I might have packed it away at one point. I'll have to go looking for it, but... Because, yeah, the next part of this would essentially just be... his apron, we would have to take and like cover somehow the scrubs that are around him, so we can actually paint the apron without going over all that really cool texture we just put on him. So I'm gonna have to find that to use as like a masking. Like a masking media or something. I'm gonna throw a little thinner through the airbrush. Thinner for dinner. There we go. Looks like we had a little bit of, every once in a while, there's like a little bit of like dried paint you can see on the top. Every once in a while, there's a little bit that likes to fall into the color cup and make my life a little bit tougher. For just a minute, though. All right. So for the legs, I'm kind of thinking a silver, something silver. You know what? We're going to need that silly putty anyways. Let me go grab that, and we'll just mask this off real quick. A 50-50 mix or a base highlight? Just base highlight. Are you talking about for the scrubs? Yeah, it's just a base and a highlight. So, and then to get the kind of like contrast thing that like, or yeah, basically the contrast part of it is just to like real light on the trigger, and you just kind of slowly build up that area, and you kind of work your way into the point of interest that you're trying to make the most highlighted. At least that's kind of how I do it. You could, the alternative too is that you could like keep some of the paint that you've got in the color cup, and you could like essentially add a drop or two of the next of your highlight color, and then take that, mix it, spray it on, and then dump it all out, and then just go straight highlight. If you really wanted to be like a pro or a paint chad, you could do that. We just discovered a new word on Paint Minis Live, paint chads. If you want to go over the top and be a paint chad. But yeah, just it's just jade and bright jade right there. Let me give you the color code for it if you really want it. Let's see here. Yeah, here's bright jade. So 067, and then let's see, what's the other one for the scrubs? Yeah, jade. So 021. Let me know if you need either one of those, but you can, yeah. Yeah, I would definitely be doing that if it weren't for the fact that I'm like on a time crunch with this project. So I'm kind of just gonna be winging most of this and hoping for the best. Let's see here. We'll do this dude's apron anyways while we're here, as much of it as I can do. Little silly putty is your friend in this case. I can always fix up anything I need to later. In post. I can fix it in post. That's what they say in the movie business, isn't it? Like, I can fix it in post. In post. Alright. So I'm just taking and putting, like, basically silly putty on them. For anybody out there in the replay or that just hasn't seen this trick before, silly putty is like an excellent quick masking solution for minis, because you can like just literally stuff it into the border lines between these areas, and it'll stick there, but it won't take your paint off, which is kind of the important part that we're looking to keep clean. And you don't really need to sculpt it in there. You just kind of like stuff it in there. It'll follow its own, like, the creases naturally, and you can essentially like push it into place. I don't know how to describe it. It's a little sculpty, but not much. I guess my main point about it was that, you know, you don't have to be a sculptor to use this as like a masking tool. You can just do it and it'll be fine. I would definitely be doing that if I weren't so lazy. Yeah, well, you caught me red-handed on that one. I think that was kind of the thought here tonight. I've been, like, streaming for so long that we're kind of getting to that point. Okay. So I'm just going to double check. I'm more or less worried about his nice blue legs. It's like, what is it? Paint Minis Live turned Smurf now. Feel kind of like it. Trying to get this last piece of silly putty in here. I'm gonna use a little dental pick here and do some of my own sculpting here. I lied. You do need a little bit of like sculpty going on with this stuff, but it's not anything crazy. Just kind of push it back into place so that everything it's nice and hidden. All right, so that's our mini there, and now we just gonna spray it white. Well, I don't know. Maybe let's maybe not be totally lazy. We'll do like shoot. I had that gray from earlier. Where did you wander off to? You're probably one of these guys. Black, brown. That's black. Don't need black. Don't need transparent brown. We'll go like neutral gray, and then we'll slide in. No. There we go. Yeah, just start with bright neutral gray. I've already got this one shaken. Like, why not? Well, you were calling yourself out, but you know, that's kind of the thinking here for me tonight too. I was just jumping on the bandwagon, so you didn't feel alone, buddy. No. Yeah. I mean, kind of got to be when I got to get through all these models. Oh man, that's a good point. I really should. I should just get like a case of them and have them like at the ready for super cheap. That would be a good service to the hobby community, I think. And I'm all about that stuff. All right, we're gonna add in some flow improver, some bright neutral gray as our base color for this guy's apron, and then we'll go ahead and probably add in. We'll probably finish with bold titanium white. I feel like Bob Ross. We're gonna end with bold titanium white, as well as phthalo blue. We used phthalo blue for the scrubs. All right, so we've got our bright neutral gray mixed up. Let's get some color flowing here. Yep, there's the flow improver we originally added. All right, whoop, there's color. All right, cool. That should work out, and then we'll throw some white over the top of it and be good. All right. Bring you in here so you can see our hideous like muffin man. Heck yeah, you there, Mythos. So we've got our base color in there. That's kind of exactly what I want. And then we'll probably throw in, here's my discharge cup. We'll throw a little bit of like white over the top of that. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll skip on the white for now and add that in. No, we'll go for the white because we're gonna wash this guy anyways later on, I'm sure. Okay. Let us unwrap our crazy experiment here. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna wash this apron too, so. This is kind of the fun part. We're gonna like unwrap this guy. We're gonna try and be careful to like not touch some of my paint. There we go. Clean. Oh, that came out clean. Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Let's see here. Get this out of the way. Yeah, that came out clean. I mean, we got a little bit of touch-up work, but not bad. Yeah, that worked out quite well. Obviously, his straps are going to be done, you know, around the shoulder straps for this. If I could get this thing to focus, the shoulder straps are going to be done by hand, but that was not bad for a quick little cover up and shoot. Nope. All right. Next up, we're onto the legs, and let's see. Yeah, we're probably gonna need the silly putty again, just because them scrubs are like way too good. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mythos, if you don't have a little red egg, a silly putty, I'll go on Amazon, I'll buy you one, man, because like you need one in your life. I'm telling you, it's the nicest thing in the world. It's so fast. It's so fast. It's like the fastest quick cover up. And then you just kind of like smush it back together and you end up with like, you know, you can keep reusing it forever and ever and ever. I honestly should maybe buy a new one myself because it's getting a little hard, but this is after however many years of painting. It's got to be at least... I think I bought this when I was like 19. So that's, yeah, at least like a decade worth of work with this. So, I mean, it's quite nice. Join the putty crew. You won't regret it. All right. So now part of me is starting to think a little bit more tactically about my painting options here. So there's bits of this, and I mean for like obvious reasons I want to cover this guy up with. But I also don't need to do the whole model at once. I can kind of like peel back the layers, so to speak, here, and just shoot the airbrush from like a particular angle and hit this, which I think is what I'm probably going to do for most of this. I guess I could kind of try and hide this. How much of his foot is that? I don't know. It's probably about as close as I'm going to get to... Oh, there we go. Okay, now I can probably access and do that leg without messing up the scrubs. Too bad. Mythos, man, when are you gonna be on next? I gotta catch me some Frost and Fist action. Whoa. Alright. That's Miss PML saying the food's here. Says I'm about to spray this guy down. That's alright, we'll just leave him as is for now. Come back to him maybe tomorrow. Well, definitely tomorrow. I gotta get this thing out the door in like just a couple of days here. I'm gonna have it back in time for Weird World War II. Yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in tonight. I've had a blast. I got a ton of work done, like quite a bit of work done, to some ridiculously high standards, as we always do here at Paint Minis Live. Yeah, we got a lot of painting to do. But I'm tuckered out. That's 5.5 hours next Friday. Right. And then you're kind of sick too there, Frost and Fist. I'm sorry, I'm a little ADD brain here. But yeah, next Friday wasn't feeling so well this past Friday, so I'll be back this week. All right. Friday is the 10th. Let's maybe we can I'll shoot you a message on Discord. Maybe we can do like a co-op thing or something. That could be kind of fun. Do a little co-op deal. I still have those Blade Guard veterans. Maybe I could prime those guys up and we could paint together if you wanna. I'll probably be, this box, no matter what, is going to be out of my hands here, like, probably by Wednesday at the latest, Wednesday or Thursday, so I should be basically free and clear to do something. I'll message you, I'll message you up, though, and let's see if we can do some shenanigans here. But again, thank you to everybody who tuned in tonight and joined me as I'm doing this project for Brian over at Weird World War II. If you haven't seen his stuff, you can check him out. He's very much so an adult-oriented personality, so just a heads up on that front. He's a character. He's a lovable character. He's hilarious for sure, and a pretty swell guy. So go check him out if you want to. Anyways, I'm Bill T with Paint Minis Live. I'm burnt out on the paint table here, so I'm gonna call it a night, and we'll see you again tomorrow night for some more PML goodness. If you wouldn't mind, do the YouTube shenanigans if you'd like to see me again. I'd appreciate it. And if you're in the replay and you've made it this far, you're an absolute champion. You are an absolute champion, and I can't thank you enough for spending 5.5 hours of your attention with me. Same goes to everybody in the live chat. It means a lot, and it's awfully nice to have some friends to chat with too, as I'm going through and kind of keeping me company with all this. So stay happy, stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you again.